Chapter 1908. This old man didn't look like the great elders of ordinary five-star sections. He talked too much and didn't give off the vibe of an otherworldly expert. However, he could not be blamed for this, as the shock that Qin Fen brought him was too great. According to what little elder Shin Shuhin had said 3 months ago, Qin Fen was only at the Buddha light realm. So how did he suddenly reach the middle stage of the true spirit realm? If I told you that when Shen Su-hen saw me, I was indeed at the 7 changes of Buddha's light. Then, after exploring the 13 palaces, I found an opportunity to break through to level 6 true spirit. Would you believe me? Qin Feng said. Shin Qian cursed. Humph. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Even the number 1 genius cultivator of the South Flat State wouldn't be able to reach true spirit level 6 from Buddhist light level 7 in just 3 months. Qin Feng revealed a playful expression. Isn't that it? Why are you asking so many questions? Shin Qian felt like he had been played. Qin Feng had used such a low-level lie to deceive him. However, he never would have thought that Qin Feng was telling the truth. Seeing that Shin Qian was about to attack, Qin Feng said, "Let me tell you something else. I killed Shin Shuhin, Shen Mou, and Shen Wuxing, Rumble." Shan Qian struck out with his palm, but his attack came to a deadlock halfway through. His palm seemed ferocious, but it wasn't as powerful as the one he'd used on Yuanqiu. He looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Junior brother Shen Mo, you also died at his hands?" Shen Qian found it hard to believe, but in the next second he had no choice but to accept this fact. A powerful killing intent assaulted him, and he only felt his body suddenly stiffen for a moment before he was knocked to the ground by the spear light. Realm. You actually comprehended the realm? This was the question that arose in Shin Qian's mind when he fell to the ground. The disciples of God's Finger had no idea what the realm was. They were stunned by the scene before them. The divine migration elder lost? How is this possible? Not only was he defeated, but he was also injured by his opponent with a single move. Who is that young fellow? Is the finger of God going to be destroyed? Everyone, don't talk nonsense. The sect master is currently in seclusion. When he finds out about the situation in the sect, he will definitely come out to kill that brat. The discussions were like a tide. Just Qin Feng's strength alone was enough to make everyone in the 5-star sect panic. Qin Fen's spear fell, but he didn't chase after Shin Qian. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression as he recalled the consecutive strikes of the dragon tremor spear that he had used his divine sense and quintessential essence to activate. He had a new understanding. Even if his current divine sense attack couldn't kill a middle empty God realm expert, it could trap him. The moment he was trapped was enough for Qin Feng to kill or severely injure him. Of course, Shen Qian didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. If he knew that Qin Feng was using his battle to comprehend a cultivation technique, he would definitely be angered to death. That spear strike was indeed ferocious, but it had only caused moderate damage to Soul Shift. After swallowing a bottle of pills, Soul Shift immediately leaped back to the roof where he had been standing. No wonder you were able to kill junior brother Shin Mou. So it turns out that you have a spiritual sense attack magic treasure. Shin Qian had already calmed down a lot. However, he was still wrong. He did not believe that Qin Feng, who was only a true spirit cultivator, could comprehend the existence of the realm and even cultivate the realm to the small success stage. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. After condensing his spiritual sense, he stabbed out with his spear again. This time, Shen Yi was prepared. When Qin Fen sent out his divine sense, Shen Yi also shot out his divine sense. When the 2 powerful divine senses collided, the others didn't notice, but the 2 of them felt a violent collision in their divine senses. Directly using spiritual sense to collide was a very brutal method. One had to know that even in the South Flat continent, there were no pills that could repair the spiritual sense. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. He had a few pills that could repair spiritual sense and spiritual sense. After the spiritual sense collision, he immediately swallowed a fragrant consciousness pill. Haha, what are you pretending for? The South Flat Continent doesn't have any pills that can repair spiritual sense. Why do you have to do this? Shen Qian mocked, but he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Qin Feng to have such a powerful spiritual sense Dharma treasure. Even he couldn't withstand the spiritual sense attack. In fact, his spiritual sense was even more seriously injured, but he was pretending to be calm. At least on the surface, he couldn't lose to Qin Feng. His pretense was somewhat effective, at least in the eyes of the divine finger disciples. Qin Feng had taken a pill to heal his injuries after the collision, while Shen Qian Grand Elder was fine. Haha, like I said, Shen Qian Grand Elder only underestimated his opponent. When he explodes, that kid won't be able to stand a chance. Shen Qian Grand Elder is an ultimate god who has stepped into empty god realm level 4. Not many people in the entire Panshan market are his match. That reckless kid dared to cause trouble in Divine Finger. After Shen Qian Grand Elder kills him, we'll tie up the woman he brought and let everyone have fun every day. Many disciples' gazes landed on Yuanqiu. Yuanqiu was the #1 beauty of the Sky Lake sect, and she was somewhat famous in the entire South Flat Continent. When Qin Feng was dominating earlier, these disciples didn't dare to express their thoughts. Now that they saw Shen Qian gain the upper hand, they immediately became smug. When Yuanqiu heard these words, she only revealed a cold expression and didn't take them to heart. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with these ignorant disciples. He looked at Shen Qian with a smile and said, "Don't tell me you aren't injured at all." Shen Qian put on an act and said, "I'm a void god realm level 4 expert. Your spiritual sense treasure is only so. How can it hurt me?" Qin Feng was amused. "Really? Then I'll try using that treasure to attack you again." Shen Qian jumped in fright. That attack just now had caused a crack to appear in his spiritual sense. He knew that this crack would probably never be repaired in his lifetime. It might even affect his future breakthroughs. If Shen Qian attacked again, his spiritual sense would definitely shatter a little, which would affect his future strength. However, his words were like water that had been spilled. Shen Qian had already put on an act. If he suddenly gave in, wouldn't he be laughed at by the sect's disciples? How could he maintain his dignity as the Grand Elder in the future? Go ahead and try if you want, but I have to remind you that your spiritual sense treasure won't last much longer. If I attack it again, it might explode. Shen Qian wanted to scare Qin Feng, but he didn't know how ridiculous his words were. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt a powerful spiritual sense surge toward him. This spiritual sense was even more powerful than before, and it seemed like it was about to condense into tangible threads. Shen Qian could no longer remain calm. After letting out a strange cry, he immediately sealed off his sea of divine sense. However, he was still a step too late. Several strands of divine sense rushed into his sea of divine sense and recklessly crashed into it like fierce beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises rose and fell, but only Shen Qian could hear them because they were coming from his mind. Waves of pain came from his spiritual sense. This pain was dozens of times more intense than the pain of being seriously injured. Even though Shen Qian wanted to grit his teeth and endure it, he still screamed. What's wrong with Grand Elder Shen Qian? He seems to be in pain. I don't think I saw the enemy attack. Why did Grand Elder Shen Qian become like this? I know. Grand Elder Shen Qian is luring the enemy in. He's pretending to be seriously injured, so he can give that kid a fatal blow at any time. Only the last explanation made sense. Thus, the disciples of God's one finger were naively waiting for Grand Elder's fatal blow. However, after waiting for a long time, all they heard was a strange cry from him. No, You don't have a spiritual sense treasure. Did you cultivate a spiritual sense technique? When Shin Qian realized the truth, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone knew how rare and precious a divine sense cultivation technique was. In the entire South Flat continent, there wasn't a single sect that cultivated a divine sense cultivation technique. Moreover, one could only strengthen their divine sense after breaking through to the Nihility God realm and could only use normal divine sense attacks after reaching the body condensation stage. However, Qin Feng was only at the middle stage of the true spirit realm, yet he had cultivated his divine sense cultivation technique to such a powerful level. The disciples of God's one finger finally realized that Grand Elder Shin Qian wasn't luring the enemy. He was about to be killed by the enemy. That guy actually has a spiritual sense technique. It seems like Grand Elder Shin Qian isn't that guy's match. If the sect leader of God's one finger doesn't come out, God's one finger will be destroyed. As if to prove the disciples' speculation, a loud noise echoed in the sky. Shin Qian's body exploded. After a while, not even his complete body could be seen. Where did this ant come from? Stop it! When Shin Qian's clone and divine soul exploded, an old and furious roar came from the depths of the sect. Qin Feng realized that God's one finger had come out of his closed-door cultivation. He thought to himself that it was too late. The sect leader has come. That's great. God's one finger is saved. We won't die. The cultivators of the outer court cheered up again. It was as if God's one finger was an invincible existence in their hearts. However, the sect leader of a 5-star sect was indeed powerful. He had only summoned 2 clones, but they had already given Qin Feng a strong sense of crisis. Qin Feng didn't have much time to think, so he immediately summoned the green dragon cauldron. The cauldron spun, and overlapping cauldron shadows shrouded Qin Feng's body. When one of the clones collided with the cauldron shadows, a loud noise rang out. The other clone charged at Yuanqiu. Yuanqiu's expression changed drastically. She instantly sensed the danger of death. She thrust the soft sword in her hand into the air. It seemed like a gentle and weak move, but a dozen cold rays of light cut through the air, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. Rumble! The sword Qi kept colliding with the clone, but it didn't repel it. Just as the clone's palm was about to hit Yuanqiu, a silver ray appeared in front of her to block it. The dragon-trembling spear's power was ferocious, but it only made the clone pause for a moment. Yuanqiu took advantage of the opportunity to escape, and Qin Feng also caught his breath. After exchanging blows, it seemed to be a draw. However, Qin Feng and Yuanqiu's expressions were extremely grave. They both knew that these were only 2 clones of God's one finger. The real attack had yet to begin. You are Qiao Feng? A black shadow had appeared out of nowhere. It floated in the air like a mist, and even its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Chapter 1909. You are God's finger. Qin Feng was sure that this person was God's finger, but he still had to ask. Humph, do you think you can shout my name? Don't think that you can destroy my God's finger just because you killed Shin Qian. With me here, even if there were 10 of you, you would still die a horrible death. Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to argue with him. He was checking God's finger's cultivation. This old monster was already at Nihility God Stage 9, and his aura was unstable. It seemed like he was breaking through to the body condensation realm, but was interrupted by him. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel fear. Luckily, he came at the right time. If he came a few days later and God's finger entered the body condensation realm, he wouldn't be his opponent even if he used all his trump cards. However, the Nihility God Stage 9 cultivation made Qin Feng feel pressured. Ever since he came to the South Flat continent, this was the first time he fought with such a powerful cultivator. It's not up to you to say whether or not I can be destroyed. Let's fight. However, Qin Feng calmed down in an instant. He was definitely the type to become stronger the stronger. Only by challenging his limits could he comprehend faster. With a shout, Qin Fin stabbed with the dragon shock spear. At the same time, he gathered his spiritual sense and attacked. This was only his third time using this combo, but he seemed to be very familiar with it. It should be the effect of the creation technique. Instantly, a silver glow appeared in the air. God's finger didn't dodge at all. He casually slapped down, and the huge palm print and spear light clashed. The shock waves from the explosion caused the ground to shake. The spear light dissipated quickly, and the huge palm print was about to land on Qin Fin's head. However, God's finger frowned, and the palm print stopped for a moment. Boom! Just as he was distracted, Qin Fin immediately flew away. A huge crater appeared where he was standing. The shock waves from the explosion flipped up the rocks. It was as if there was a huge dragon rampaging underground. You actually comprehended the realm? God's finger was shocked. Qin Fin knew it was the divine sense attack that worked. However, compared to the divine sense attack he used to deal with the God's finger, the effect of the divine sense attack was much weaker. Qin Fin knew that the God's finger was caught off guard. If he waited for the God's finger to raise his guard, the effect of the divine sense attack would be even weaker. Looking at the huge hole in the ground, Qin Fin felt that he was a bit rash. He thought that God's finger was at most hollow spirit state, tertiary stage. He didn't expect this old monster to be at the peak of hollow spirit state level 9, almost half a step into the body condensation state. I don't care if you've really stepped into the boundary or if you have a soul treasure. You will die today. After a brief moment of shock, God's finger roared at the sky. 9 figures shot out from his body. They were his 9 clones. The 9 clones immediately swept up 9 hurricane dragons. The spectacular scene caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Oh my God! 9 clones. Sect Master One Finger has already reached Nihility God, Realm Level 9. I feel that the sect leader's aura is a little chaotic. It seems like he was in seclusion to break through to the body condensation realm. Our God's Finger is going to have a body condensation realm sect leader. Doesn't that mean we will become a 6-star sect? Haha. With Sect Master One Finger holding down the fort, our good days are coming. When the 9 clones appeared, all the outer yard disciples were relieved. They were at Nihility God, Realm Level 9. No matter how powerful Qiaofeng was, he wouldn't be a match for them. Yu Wanqiu was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. However, she resisted the urge to rush into the battle. She knew that she would only be sending herself to death when facing a Nihility God Realm Level 9 expert. She would only become a burden to Qin Fin. Whoosh! When the clones attacked, Qin Fin didn't think and stabbed with his spear. This time, there weren't thousands of spear lights flying. Instead, he condensed quintessential essence into a seemingly solid silver spear. When the spear's tip touched the clones, there was a violent explosion. However, the clones didn't scatter, and the palm print landed on Qin Fin's chest. The collision was intense. Qin Fin spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the air. He didn't even have time to stabilize his body. The other 8 clones shot over and hit him so hard that he couldn't even land. Haha, that brat is too weak. Shen Shuhin, Shen Mou, and Shen Wuxing were all killed by that brat. Sect leader, you must avenge elder and young master. The cultivators in the yard cheered. Only now did God One Finger know that his only son had been killed by Qin Fin. A few loud sounds came from his body and his aura surged. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. The attacks of the 9 clones became even more ferocious. Qin Fin kept spitting out blood, and he didn't even have time to eat pills. He immediately tried to launch a divine sense attack, but he realized that these clones didn't seem to have a sea of consciousness. Divine sense attacks had no effect on them at all. How dare you kill my beloved son? I'm going to turn you into minced meat. God One Finger roared like thunder. Qin Fin didn't have time to deal with his anger. At that moment, a shadow clone shot out from his body. He even activated the Vajra arts and released the 5th level quintessential essence clone. This clone was invincible in front of Buddha Light Realm cultivators and could block the fierce attacks of revered, true Spirit Realm cultivators. However, in front of a peak Nihility God Realm cultivator, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Before the clone could reach the air, it had already turned into ashes. However, it was at this moment that Qin Fin could catch his breath. He immediately circulated quintessential essence and used the 4th style of the Heavenly Thunder technique. A lightning barrier floated in the air, protecting Qin Fin. The defense of this lightning barrier wasn't bad, but Qin Fin didn't have any hope. Under the fierce attack of a peak Nihility God Realm cultivator, it would probably break in one blow. However, to Qin Fin's surprise, when the lightning barrier appeared, the 9 clones suddenly retreated as if they were afraid of the overlapping lightning arcs. Qin Fin finally caught his breath. He immediately took out the Azure Dragon Cauldron. The Azure Cauldron's shadow overlapped with the lightning barrier as if it was going to form a solid wall. Master, the clones of the Nihility God Realm cultivators seemed to be afraid of the lightning tribulation. Little Pig suddenly reminded. Qin Fin's eyes lit up. No wonder the 9 clones immediately retreated after the lightning barrier appeared. These clones were created after breaking through. Every time a Nihility God Realm cultivator broke through a small realm, they would trigger a fierce lightning tribulation. The clones probably knew the power of the lightning tribulation and were afraid of it. After figuring out the reason, Qin Fin immediately swung down his sword. It was just the simple 1st style of the Heavenly Thunder technique, Lightning Attract. A white lightning arc as thick as a calf exploded in the air and struck one of the clones. The clone's movements were slowed by half a beat and instantly disappeared under the lightning. As expected, I'll let you see the power of the sure-kill lightning tribulation. Qin Fin roared in his heart and immediately took out the 100-mile ray sniper. The long spear shot out. This time, it exploded with a dozen ferocious intersecting black and purple lightning arcs. Each lightning arc was as thick as a human's waist. God One Finger was shocked. The clones instantly disappeared under the bombardment of the lightning arcs. They were like paper tigers that couldn't withstand a single blow. What kind of weapon is that? How can it release such terrifying lightning? God One Finger's voice became louder. He no longer had the demeanor of an expert. Chapter 1910. Qin Feng was relieved after confirming that the lightning tribulation could repel the clones. As long as the 9 clones did not interfere, he was confident he could escape with Yu Wanqiu, even if he could not kill God One Finger in the end. Are you ignorant? This is just a true weapon in my hand. Can't you tell? Qin Feng purposely provoked him. God One Finger was furious. He felt like he had been slapped in the face in front of so many disciples. However, he really couldn't tell that the strange-looking thing in Qin Feng's hand was a true weapon because it was a product of Star Saint technology. It was completely different from the true weapons on the divine mainland. You're courting death. With a loud roar, the god's finger flicked out its index finger. Such a simple movement instantly shot out a majestic spiritual ether, which turned into a sword rainbow in the air and shot out. It was a silver sword beam. Just the aura of a single sword beam made Qin Feng feel suffocated. He immediately thrusted his spear into the air and at the same time took out the Azure Dragon Cauldron's shadow. Rumble! 2 powerful auras collided with each other, causing a huge commotion that shook the earth and mountains. The spear gleam and the cauldron's image barely blocked the sword chi's power. God One Finger's expression changed. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief and yelled, "You're only at rank 6 true spirit realm. How can you have such powerful true essence?" It was just a simple god's finger, but Qin Feng had used all his strength to defend against it. Even the true energy in his body was in chaos. He knew how powerful a void god stage 9 godly venerable was, but it was still too early for him to run away. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said, "Who says rank 6 true spirit realm can't fight against a void god? In the end, you're still too inexperienced. You're not worthy of being the sect master of a 5-star sect." Although his realm was far from God One Fingers, Qin Feng's ability to talk was much better than his. The outer yard disciples cried out. This was the most arrogant thing they had ever heard in their lives. A middle-stage, true spirit realm cultivator dared to challenge a void god? Moreover, he was a peak void god and half a step into the body condensation realm. Humph. This brat is still so stubborn even when he's about to die. All he can do now is talk. He can't beat Sect Master One Finger in a physical fight. Lord Sect Leader, quickly kill him and let him know your divine might. Qin Feng ignored the shouts of the disciples. He suddenly realized that God's Finger's aura had changed. It had been unstable before, but now it was even more chaotic. He realized that the finger of God was indeed interrupted when he was about to break through to the body condensation state. Now that his qi was in a mess, it was easy for him to go berserk. Qin Feng didn't know if he should be happy or depressed about this discovery. He should be happy that God's finger wasn't in a good state. However, the depressing thing was that the God's finger was already so powerful when its aura was chaotic. If it was at its peak, who knew how powerful it would be? And you should know that on the divine continent, if you don't have the strength, acting tough will get you killed. God One Finger's eyes were cold. Qin Feng said carelessly, "I agree with you. Back in the 13th palace, there was an ant called God of 5 Elements who didn't have the strength to act tough with me. In the end, I killed him." God One Finger was so angry that his hair stood on end. The aura on his body surged, and it was as if there was a blower hidden in his black robe. "Ayaya, you don't know what's good for you. Today, I will tear you into pieces." God One Finger flicked his finger again. He decided not to talk to Qin Feng anymore. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. The void rumbled, and this time there were at least a dozen sword rainbows flying over. When the sword rays flew over, Qin Feng copied God One Finger's movements and flicked his finger. A dozen white sword rays flew out from his fingertips. God One Finger was speechless. How do you know the 8-pulse godly sword, a sword technique that our sect doesn't teach to outsiders? His words caused the disciples to gasp. Only a few of them were core disciples, and only core disciples and sect elders were qualified to learn the 8-pulse godly sword. Now, this top-notch sword technique that everyone was fighting for was being used by an outsider. The feeling was more disgusting than eating a fly. A loud noise exploded in the sky. Qin Feng had learned the 8-pulse godly sword from Shun Mou. He had combined the 8-pulse godly sword with the shadowless sword to form the shadowless godly sword. However, he had only understood the first few moves. Plus, his true essence was not as strong as God One Finger's. The few sword rays he sent out quickly dissipated, and he was injured by God One Finger's attack. However, Qin Feng quickly steadied his body and suppressed the surging blood. He pretended to be calm and shouted, "Isn't the 8-pulse godly sword just a lousy sword technique? What's there to be surprised about? You ask me where I learned it from. Back in the 13 palaces, I wanted to kill Shinemou, and he immediately knelt and begged for mercy. He gave me the 8-pulse godly sword technique so that I would spare his life. After I saw the sword technique, I easily learned it. I realized it was just a lousy sword technique, so I killed Shinemou and the others in a rage." Qin Feng made up a lie. His goal was simple, to completely anger God One Finger. His words were effective. God One Finger spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. This was because he was so angry that his qi was messed up, and it resulted in internal injuries. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this moment. He immediately threw out 4 banners. The The banners were originally only the size of a palm, but when they rose into the air, they transformed into 4 screens that connected to the sky. They instantly trapped God One Finger. Humph. You have the nerve to use a mere rank 5 position to trap me? Break. God One Finger's roar came from within the ghost face soul banner. Then there was a series of chaotic noises, and cracks immediately appeared on the soul banner. Qin Feng was shocked. This soul banner had trapped many void God realm cultivators, but it was so weak in front of God One Finger. Loud noises came one after another. The soul banner was full of cracks, and it looked like it would explode into pieces at any time. Qin Feng didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately took out the imprisonment banner and slashed down. A black light spread out, and it seemed like it would devour all light wherever it went. The expressions of the outer court disciples froze. Some of them were still in the middle of moving. Even Yu Wanqiu's beautiful eyes widened. She realized that Qin Feng was going to use that mysterious technique again, so she was instantly frozen in shock. The center of the black light's position was within the soul banner. God One Finger's strange cry came from within. Huh, is this really the realm? You're a true spirit realm cultivator, but you managed to comprehend the realm to the small success realm. How did you do it? Qin Feng didn't have time to answer God One Finger's question. As soon as the imprisonment banner fell, he immediately took out Bailey Guangji and shot randomly. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, the lightning was like a sea. The sky above God One Finger's sect was covered by rolling thunderclouds. The intersecting black and purple lightning all exploded in the formation, forming a whirlpool of lightning in that area. It was like the starting point of the end of the world. Qin Feng was stunned by the turbulent sea of lightning. He only realized that he had shot out hundreds of lightning attacks in a hurry. These attacks were comparable to the lightning tribulation of the void god realm, and they were even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation. Even the lightning tribulation of the void god realm would give the cultivator a chance to breathe. Even a peak void god realm cultivator, like God One Finger, wouldn't be able to withstand these hundreds of lightning attacks at the same time. God One Finger's blood-curdling screams came from the formation. He sounded like he was going crazy. Qin Feng knew that God One Finger's true essence was already in chaos, and it was even more chaotic under the lightning attacks. Don't kill me. God One Finger started to beg for mercy. At this time, the imprisonment move's effect had disappeared. Yu Wanqiu and God One Finger's disciples had just woken up, and they heard his begging. They were stunned again. Because of the imprisonment move's effect, these people couldn't remember what had just happened. Everyone looked at the destructive sea of lightning in astonishment, and their eyes fell to the ground. What's that? Is the sect leader going to break through to the body condensation realm in the middle of a fight? This is too ferocious. What are you thinking? Didn't you hear the sect leader begging for mercy? He was defeated by the enemy. The sect leader was defeated? How is this possible? The crowd couldn't accept the reality in front of them, but it was all happening. God One Finger didn't care about the disciples' astonishment. Right now, his life was more important than his face. He was trapped in the sea of lightning, and he felt like he could turn into ashes at any moment. Young Hero Qiao, please stop. Our sect's grievances with you can be written off. God One Finger shouted again. The crowd kept screaming. This was like a dream. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't hear God One Finger's begging. Facing such a peak void god realm enemy, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Young Hero Qiao, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. God One Finger said anxiously. There was a loud sound. The rainbow ghost face soul banner had been completely shattered. Qin Feng's heart ached, but he quickly calmed down. Now that he understood the true meaning of realm, the ghost face soul banner's effect would only gradually weaken. Without the restriction of the formation, God One Finger immediately rushed out of the sea of lightning. However, no one could recognize him. The sect leader of God One Finger, who had the demeanor of an expert not long ago, was now in tattered clothes. His skin was burnt black, and smoke was coming out of it. He looked battered and exhausted. The disciples of God's Finger had never seen their sect leader in such a miserable state. Their hearts were filled with despair as they looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They thought to themselves, this young cultivator actually destroyed a 5-star sect, like God's Finger, all by himself. Although he had escaped the sea of lightning, God One Finger was seriously injured. His injuries were not only caused by the lightning, but also the internal injuries caused by his failed breakthrough. With these 2 serious injuries, God One Finger's aura was chaotic. He couldn't even gather a bit of true essence. This was the best time to kill him. But Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to attack. He was interested in the secret that God One Finger spoke of. The secret of a peak void God realm cultivator definitely wouldn't disappoint. Without Qin Feng saying anything, God One Finger realized the reason why Qin Feng didn't attack. In order to survive, he didn't even have the time to eat the medicinal pills. He immediately said, "The secret is about the 8-pulse legendary sword." Qin Feng's body emitted a chill. He wasn't interested in the 8-pulse legendary sword. God One Finger felt the murderous aura and continued, "Actually, it's not the 8-pulse legendary sword. It's the 9-pulse legendary sword." "What's the 9-pulse legendary sword?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. The 9-pulse legendary sword is God One Finger's highest sword technique. It was a sword technique created by the founder of the sect. However, due to various reasons, only the 8-pulse legendary sword is left in my generation. The 9-pulse legendary sword is a high-grade heaven-level sword technique. I am willing to use the secret of the 9-pulse legendary sword to exchange my life. Chapter 1911. A superior grade heaven tier sword technique. Qin Feng was a little tempted. Apart from a few paragon cultivation techniques, he didn't have any heaven tier martial technique secret manuals. Moreover, Qin Feng knew very well that there was a huge difference between the heaven, earth, mysterious, and illusionary martial techniques, and the small differences between each major rank could not be ignored. A superior grade heaven tier martial technique was much more powerful than a low grade or middle grade heaven tier martial technique. They could not even be compared. Seeing that Qin Feng was a little tempted, God's Finger immediately said, "Young Hero Qiao, our God's Finger was one of the few 8-star sects in the South Plateau continent thousands of years ago." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about the South Plateau continent's history, so he didn't expect that an 8-star sect had existed here in the past. He glanced at Yuanqiu and saw her nod at him. Qin Feng knew that God's Finger wasn't lying. "Then how did you end up in this state?" Qin Feng asked coldly. "It's a long story. Young Hero Qiao, let me tell you a story. Thousands of years ago, 2 sword geniuses appeared in the South Plateau continent. They knew each other since they were young and discussed sword cultivation together. They were good friends who talked about everything. After they grew up, the older cultivator's sword path became more powerful, and his comprehension also surpassed the younger cultivator's. When the older cultivator reached the body condensation realm, he comprehended an extremely powerful sword technique. From then on, he was invincible and became famous in the continent. The younger cultivator was also very powerful and reached the body condensation realm a few years later. His sword path reached the great success stage, and he became famous in the South Plateau continent. However, with the older cultivator around, the younger cultivator's brilliance was always overshadowed. Especially when the 2 of them appeared at the same time, everyone would gather around the older cultivator and ignore the younger cultivator's existence. Later on, a beautiful woman appeared and won the older cultivator's love. In the end, when the 2 of them were about to get married, the younger cultivator came to the older cultivator late at night and told him that he had always liked women. The older cultivator immediately decided to give up on his feelings for the woman. He treasured his brotherly relationship with the younger cultivator more. The younger cultivator was very touched and offered to give up on his own to help big brother and sister-in-law get married. However, he also raised a condition. He hoped that big brother would teach him the extremely powerful sword technique he created. He planned to use the sword technique to make a name for himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Fun and Yu Wanqiu's expressions changed. They were touched by the elder's loyalty and righteousness. Qin Fun asked, "Did that old cultivator agree?" God One Finger nodded. That senior agreed. He gave all the powerful sword skills he had created in his life to junior brother. He thought that it would be a happy ending for both parties. But something happened on the night of the wedding. Yu Wanqiu was attracted by the story and anxiously asked, "What happened?" That night, the elder cultivator returned to his room after drinking with the guests, only to find that his partner was missing. He immediately sent people to search for his partner, but they couldn't find him anywhere in the city. Later, he found that his junior brother was also missing. The two most important people in his life disappeared at the same time. The senior was heartbroken. He began to search for the two of them, rain or shine. After a few hundred years, that senior finally found his junior apprentice brother in a certain place. At that time, he cried tears of joy, but that junior apprentice brother pointed his sword at him and said that he wanted to challenge him. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the elder cultivator was defeated and died on the spot. Before he died, he sealed the 9-pulse divine sword that he had comprehended in his entire life in the place where he fell. At the end of the story, Qin Fun sighed inwardly. It was clearly a tragedy. He found many strange things in the story, such as the junior apprentice brother and his bride who had suddenly disappeared on their wedding night, and the junior apprentice brother who had suddenly appeared hundreds of years later. However, this story had nothing to do with him. It was something that had happened thousands of years ago. Qin Fun quickly adjusted his emotions and looked coldly at God One Finger. "Why are you telling me this story?" God One Finger said that senior was the founder of God One Finger, Shen Zhuqing. The powerful sword skill he comprehended in his lifetime was the 9-pulse divine sword, a high-grade heaven-level sword skill, secret manual. After he created God One Finger, he developed the sect into an 8-star sect. However, because of what happened to his junior apprentice brother and his partner, he was not in the mood to take care of the sect. God One Finger gradually declined until it became a 5-star sect today. Qin Fun heard the main point of the story. It was the 9-pulse divine sword. He knew that Shen Zhuqing had been able to develop God One Finger into an 8-star sect because of that sword skill secret manual. It was obvious how powerful that martial skill was. Where did Shen Zhuqing die? Qin Fun immediately asked. Back then, it was called Spirit Fog City. Now it's changed to Ghost City, God One Finger said. Qin Fun and Yu Wanqiu's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the immortal treasure that had come from Spirit Fog City was the 9-pulse divine sword that Shen Zhuqing had sealed there. Qin Fun immediately felt that something was wrong. Rumor had it that an immortal treasure had landed in Spirit Fog City, but God One Finger said that it was a high-grade heaven-level martial skill manual. However, when he was about to ask God One Finger about it, he realized that the old man had disappeared with a flash of white light. He had clearly used an escape talisman to escape. Oh no, that old man is going to escape. Yu Wanqiu also realized what had happened, but by the time she finished shouting, God One Finger was already nowhere to be seen. The disciples in the sect were trembling in fear. Now that even the sect leader had escaped, they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Fun did not pay attention to the disciples. He looked like he was deep in thought. He was thinking about the story that God One Finger had told him. He did not think that God One Finger would be in the mood to lie to him in the face of death. If he had made a single mistake, he would have died. From the looks of it, the old man's story was most likely true. He had told the story because he wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Qin Fin knew about Spirit City because he had obtained the celestial flower stones. He had planned to visit Spirit City when he had the time. Now that he knew about the 9-pulse godly sword, he was even more determined to explore that place. When he came back to his senses, he took out the Genie sword and swung it quickly. The disciples in the courtyard immediately fell to the ground and died. Qin Fin had not planned to kill them all, but these disciples had heard the secret of the 9-pulse godly sword, so he had to silence them. Yuanqiu had been by Qin Fin's side for a long time, so she was used to this kind of massacre. Moreover, the disciples of God One Finger had wanted to kill them, so they deserved to die. A 5-star sect had fallen just like that. The sect's disciples had either died or escaped. Even the sect leader had escaped with serious injuries. Qin Fin was not afraid that God One Finger would come for revenge. He believed that the old man was afraid of him after this battle. In other words, when God's finger came for revenge, Qin Fin would be able to kill him effortlessly with his rocket-like breakthroughs. When the two of them returned to White Deer sect, Bo Swanjin and the other two were shocked. Even though they had seen Qin Fin easily kill God One Finger, who was at the early stage of the Void God realm, they did not have high hopes for Qin Fin. After all, Qin Fin was the sect leader of God One Finger, who was rumored to be at the late stage of the Void God realm. Chapter 1912. Young Hero Chow, are you guys hurt? Bo Swanjin asked after regaining his senses. Qin Feng smiled. Big brother Bo, don't worry. Sister Wanqiu and I are fine. Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao were relieved. Bo Ti suddenly said in a strange tone, "Humph. I don't think you guys went to God's finger at all." Yuanqiu was furious. Qin Feng had almost lost his life to God's finger. Now that he had come back for revenge, he was being mocked by Bo Ti. Elder Bo Ti, I can testify that little brother Qiao Feng had just killed all the elders of God One Finger. He even heavily injured the sect master, God One Finger. Unfortunately, God One Finger was too cunning. In the end, he used an escape talisman to escape. Bo Ti was stunned. He had heard of Yuanqiu. She was the #1 beauty of the Sky Lake sect and had a good reputation. At least, she wasn't a liar. Moreover, whether God's finger was destroyed or not, this was something that could be easily found out. There was no way to lie. Bo Ti realized that he might have misunderstood Qin Feng, so his attitude quickly changed. He felt ashamed and grateful that Qin Feng had risked his life to help White Deer sect take revenge. Young Hero Qiao, it seems that I have wronged you. Thank you for avenging sect Master Bo Yi and avenging White Deer sect. Qin Feng didn't care about Bo Ti's words. He knew what the old man was feeling. His sect was destroyed and the sect master was dead. No one could calm down. Elder Bo Ti, you don't have to be so polite. The destruction of White Deer sect and the death of sect master Bo Yi are all related to me. I, Qiao Feng, am a righteous person, so I naturally won't let sect Master Bo Yi and everyone die in vain. After this conversation, Bo Ti's prejudice against Qin Feng completely disappeared. Instead, he thought highly of Qin Feng. Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao were still in shock. How did Qin Feng kill the elders of God's finger? How did he chase away God's finger? God's finger was a late-stage, void, spirit state expert. The three of them didn't know that God's finger was half a step into the body condensation state. Otherwise, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Brother Bo, White Deer sect has been destroyed. Why don't you come with me? Qin Feng quickly brought the topic back to business. He did not want to stay in the White Heron sect for too long, nor did he want Bo Swanjin and the other two to stay in the White Heron sect. This was because when he went to explore Coiled Dragon Mountain, Elder Hong Fei of the Ancient Cauldron sect escaped in the end, and Hong Fei knew the secret of the spirit turtle shell. Qin Feng guessed that Hong Fei wouldn't give up just like that. It was very likely that he would find Bai Lu sect. Among the 6 people who formed the exploration team, other than Pango and Qiong who died. Only Bo Swanjin and Yang Tao were disciples of Bai Lu sect. Hong Fei was only at the Void God stage level 2. Back when they teamed up, Qin Fin found it difficult to kill him. However, he could kill him instantly now. Qin Fin was not afraid of Hong Fei, but the Ancient Cauldron sect. After all, the Ancient Cauldron sect was a 5-star sect. After the great god of destruction finger, Qin Feng realized how powerful a 5-star sect was. Who knew if the Ancient Cauldron sect had a body condensation realm cultivator? Qin Feng didn't mention the tortoise shell and Hong Fei. Bo, Swanjin, and the other 2 agreed to leave with him. Otherwise, he would have to find an excuse to persuade them. The 5 of them sat on Qin Feng's soaring cloud all. The soaring cloud all could be enlarged or shrunk. At its largest, it could accommodate 1,000 people. However, the more people there were on the flying ship, the slower it would fly. 7 people wasn't a big deal. The speed of the flying all shocked Bo Swanjin and the other 2. They realized that this was a high-grade cultivation artifact ship. South Pingzhou didn't have many cultivation artifacts, and they lacked flying cultivation artifacts. Only 6-star sects and above would have a high-grade cultivation artifact ship like Qin Feng. Qin Feng was just an itinerant cultivator. They didn't understand how an itinerant cultivator could be so rich. Less than half a day after Qin Feng and the others left, 5 black shadows landed outside the White Deer sect. Hong Fei was one of the 5, and from the position he was standing at, he seemed to have the lowest status among the 5. Martial brother Hong Fei, the kid you talked about is hiding here, an old man beside Hong Fei asked. Hong Fei immediately said, Senior brother Hong Peng, that kid should be a rogue cultivator, but he became friends with 2 cultivators from the White Deer sect. According to my investigation, he also got a spot to enter the 13 palaces from the White Deer sect. The 13 palaces and Pan Shan Market's auction have already ended. I presume that kid will come to the White Deer sect. Hong Peng and the other 2 elders nodded, and their gazes landed on the black-robed man at the very front. That person's aura was as steady as the sea, and it was obvious that he had already stepped into the body condensation realm. Just a 4-star sect. Go in and ask for him. If they don't hand him over, destroy White Deer sect. The body condensation state cultivator said coldly. Hong Fei and the other 3 turned into 4 shadows and disappeared. In less than 5 minutes, the 4 of them flew back with ugly expressions. Hong Peng said, Sect leader, we're too late. White Deer sect has been destroyed. The black-robed cultivator shot out a cold air, making Hong Fei and the others feel pressured. Humph. Looks like someone knows the secret of that kid taking the turtle shell. No matter what, find the person who destroyed White Deer sect. That treasure can't fall into someone else's hands. After a moment of silence, Hong Pingyan looked at Hong Fei coldly. How dare you hide something like this? You'll be punished when you get back. Hong Pingyan had already flown away with the 3 elders. Hong Fei stood where he was and broke out in cold sweat. He was the only one who knew that the turtle shell could open the mysterious door of the 13 palaces. However, he was almost killed by Qin Feng when he explored Pan Long Mountain. He lost his confidence and wanted to tell the sect leader and get some rewards. He didn't think he would end up like this. Qin Feng's guess was right. Hong Fei had found White Deer sect, and the sect leader had really reached body condensation realm. However, that wasn't important anymore. Qin Feng pushed the flying spike to the limit and only used 3 days and 3 nights to reach Hero City. After more than 3 months, Hero City was more complete. The city's construction plan was similar to the Hero City outside of China. It was clearly Hua Xianyu's design. This was originally the base of the 4-star sect, Beijing sect. Now, it was occupied by Mu Shanzi. Mu Shanmo brought the sect's disciples over to develop in the Hero City. After not seeing Qin Feng for more than 3 months, Hua Xian Yu missed him. When she saw Qin Feng return safely, she no longer cared about being shy and jumped into his arms. Qin Feng, did you find Uncle and the others? After lingering for a while, Hua Xian Yu finally calmed down. She realized that many people were watching and blushed. Bo Swanjin and the others didn't know what Qin Feng was, but Yuanqiu didn't care. When she saw Hua Xian Yu and Qin Feng tightly hugging each other, her mind buzzed. I went to Pan Shan Market to participate in the 13 Palaces expedition, but I didn't get any news about them. I planned to settle my friends in Hero City first, and then go to Pan Shan Market to look for them myself, Qin Feng said. Hua Xian Yu saw Yuanqiu and was stunned by her beauty, but she didn't feel jealous or nervous. She knew that Qin Feng had many women by his side. One more wouldn't matter. He Chao also came. 3 months ago, he was still at the 3rd level of immortal qi. Before leaving, Qin Feng left him some pills. Now he had broken through to the 5th level. When He Chao saw the friends that Qin Fen had brought back, he was shocked. Yuanqiu and the others were all true spirit realm cultivators. He Chao couldn't see through their realms at all, but he could see that these people all treated Qin Fen as their leader. It could be seen that Qin Fen was extremely powerful even in the South Flat Continent. Young hero Chao, who do you want to know about in Pan Shan Market? Bo Swanjin suddenly asked. Qin Feng immediately understood what he meant. If Bo Swan was really from Pan Shan Market, then he could just ask him for information. Brother Bo, have you heard of Qin Huang? Qin Feng asked immediately. Bo Swanjin thought for a while and shook his head. Bo, Ti and Yang Tao were also thinking, but they hadn't heard of Qin Huang. What about Qin Shitian? I haven't heard of him either. Qin Feng's hope was extinguished. He didn't even want to ask Qin Duo. This was because his grandfather, Qin Shitian, was one of the 9 dragons in China. Even if he came to the South Pingzhou state as cannon fodder, he was still a cultivator who could cultivate. If Bo Swanjin and the other 2 hadn't even heard of Qin Shitian, then there was no need to mention his younger sister, Qin Duo. And Qin Duo Hua Xian, you didn't give up and asked for Qin Feng. To everyone's surprise, Bo Swanjin's eyes brightened. I know Qin Duo She was in the South Flat Continent before, but she was taken away by an elder of the 6-star sect, Celestial Gourd. She's most likely on Gourd Island now. Qin Feng was delighted. What is Gourd Island? Bo Swanjin said. Gourd Island is where the Celestial Gourd sect is located. It's said that it's built on a celestial island. I've only heard of Gourd Island, but I don't know where it is exactly. Qin Feng didn't expect to find out about Qin Duo. But he didn't understand why the elder of the Celestial Gourd would take a liking to her. Could it be that she also had a rare spiritual body? But this wasn't important. As long as he could find out where his sister was, Qin Feng could go look for her. He was still praying that his father and grandfather were taken to the Celestial Gourd. But as soon as this thought popped up, Bo Swanjin said, Qin Duo was taken to the Celestial Gourd, but Qin Huang and Qin Shitian shouldn't be there. After all, it's a rare 6-star sect in the South Flat Continent. They have high requirements for their disciples, so whenever they take in new disciples, they will spread the news. It's a way of showing off, but I haven't heard of them joining the Celestial Gourd. Bo Ti and Yang Tao nodded, agreeing with Bo Swanjin. Qin Feng was a little disappointed, but he quickly pulled himself together. The most important thing now was to find his sister, then find his father and grandfather. Chapter 1913. After hearing news about Qin Duo, Qin Fen changed his plan to go to Gourd Island first. However, no one in Hero City knew where Gourd Island was, so he had to ask someone else. Qin Fen stayed in Hero City for 3 days. He was cultivating in seclusion, not to break through, but to absorb the soul crystals from the soul-nurturing formation on the 8th floor of the 13 palaces. Not long ago, he had absorbed more than 200 soul crystals and felt that his sea of consciousness had broken through a layer. But this time, after absorbing more than 800 soul crystals, his sea of consciousness showed no signs of breaking through. Instead, his sea of consciousness became much stronger. Qin Fen put away the remaining 2,000 soul crystals. He didn't know how many more soul crystals he had to absorb before his sea of consciousness could continue breaking through. However, after hearing news about his sister, he couldn't wait another day. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Fen passed by Panshan Market again, but he didn't stop there. He guessed that Qin Huang and Qin Shitian weren't there anymore. The ancient Cauldron sect and the Xingkuan sect were looking for him, so it was better to avoid Panshan Market. Before leaving, Yuanqiu gave him a detailed map of the South Pingzhou. After flying for another 5 days, Qin Fen arrived at a place called Luoyia City. This was a mortal city with extremely sparse spirit qi. Mortals who couldn't cultivate lived here. Qin Fen wasn't interested in this kind of city. He wouldn't be so bored as to land in a mortal city to scare people. However, when the flying cloud all was about to fly over Luoyia City, 3 figures flew towards him. The one running for her life was a woman. She didn't have any cultivation aura, but she was flying on a flying sword that was a true artifact. One of the 2 men chasing after him was at the later stage of immortal qi, and the other was at the early stage of Saint King. Ever since Qin Fen encountered more and more powerful enemies, he hadn't paid attention to such low-level cultivators in a long time. The 2 men were originally chasing after the woman, but when they saw Qin Fen's flying cloud all, their eyes brightened and they immediately chased after him. "Don't go, you guy in a flying ship. If you don't stop, we'll attack." In this mortal city, late-stage immortal qi and early-stage Saint Kings were considered high-level cultivators. No wonder these 2 cultivators were so arrogant and dared to rob a flying ship. Qin Feng didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but since they were looking for trouble, he couldn't just leave like that. After coming out of the flying cloud all, Qin Fen purposely hid his cultivation level. The 2 cultivators sized him up and immediately revealed surprised expressions. "Senior brother, where do you think these mortals got their treasures from? We've been cultivating for dozens of years, yet we can't even get a purple-grade spiritual sword, let alone an airship. These 2 fellows are good. They're both mortals without any aura, but one has a top-grade flying sword, and the other has a flying true artifact. This is too infuriating." That immortal qi late-stage cultivator kept complaining. The Saint King cultivator laughed. "What are you complaining about? You should be happy. That flying sword and flying ship are going to be ours." The immortal qi stage cultivator was jolted awake, laughing, "Ha ha! The flying sword belongs to me, and the flying ship belongs to senior brother. How about it? It's decided then." The 2 of them reached an agreement. They didn't ask if Qin Fen and the woman were willing, because they didn't think there was a need to ask. The woman had a top-grade flying sword, so she could have continued to escape. Perhaps she could have shaken off these 2, but she stopped in midair and said apologetically, "Friend, I'm very sorry for dragging you into this. You should quickly take out your flying ship and leave. Their cultivation levels are too low. They won't be able to catch up to your flying ship." The immortal qi stage cultivator was enraged. "You bitch, you don't even have the right to cultivate, and you dare to say that your cultivation level is low? Wait until I snatch your flying sword, and I'll snatch your body too." Disgust flashed in the woman's eyes. She wasn't pretty, and even in the divine supreme continent, where beauties were as common as clouds, she was considered one of the uglier ones. As for the immortal qi stage cultivator wanting to play with her, it was obviously just to vent his anger. Qin Fen didn't leave. He said to the woman, "Stay behind me. Don't worry about those 2. It's fine if they scram now, but if they don't, then they'll die here." His words were calm, but his words were extremely arrogant. The immortal qi stage cultivator was already enraged, and he swung his sword at Qin Fen. "Ignorant ant, let me see how you'll kill me. Rumble." a loud explosion rang out. When the opponent launched his attack, the woman frowned. She could see that Qin Fen's body didn't have any aura fluctuations, and it was obvious that he was just a normal person like her. She didn't know where Qin Fen got the confidence to say such arrogant words, but in the next second, the woman was stunned. She watched as the immortal Qi stage cultivator's body exploded, and even the blue-grade spirit sword in his hand was shattered into pieces. The early stage Saint King cultivator's eyeballs fell to the ground. When he regained his senses, he didn't even think about it and immediately took out his flying sword to escape. He could already tell that Qin Fen had hidden his true strength, and he couldn't kill his junior brother with a single move. Rumble! Another loud explosion rang out in the air, and the Saint King cultivator exploded in the air. He didn't even know what happened before he died. Qin Fen had killed 2 people in the blink of an eye, and the woman was dumbfounded. "You're a cultivator?" After a short while, the woman regained her senses, and her eyes regained their calmness. Qin Fen felt that her reaction was a little strange. Logically speaking, mortals would be afraid and avoid cultivators, but the woman in front of him was calm and composed. Moreover, the woman actually had a top-grade true artifact, flying sword in her hand. Even Qin Fen didn't have a flying sword of this grade. "I'm a cultivator, and I just happened to pass by this place. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Qin Fen didn't come here just to save this woman. If it weren't for the 2 male cultivators blocking him, he would have already flown away. Seeing that Qin Fen was about to leave, the woman's eyes flashed with disbelief, and she subconsciously shouted, You're leaving just like that?" Qin Fen was puzzled. "Could it be that you still have some matters to attend to?" The woman was stunned for a long while before she regained her senses. She took out her top-grade true artifact flying sword and said, "Since you're a cultivator, don't you want my top-grade true artifact flying sword?" Qin Fen finally understood the woman's thoughts. Even that immortal Qi and Saint King realm cultivator wanted to kill this woman. He was obviously a more powerful cultivator, but he was indifferent to the top-grade true artifact flying sword. This was very abnormal in the woman's eyes. In fact, Qin Fen was also tempted by the top-grade true artifact flying sword, but he wasn't the kind of person who would rob other people's things. Even though he had killed and robbed people several times, it was the other party who found trouble with him first. "The flying sword is yours, so what if I like it?" Qin Fen's words shocked the woman again. She felt that Qin Fen was different from others. "If there's nothing else, I'm really going to leave." The woman hurriedly said, "Young hero, don't go. I want to make a deal with you." Qin Fen looked at the other party in confusion. This woman was obviously an ordinary person, but she actually wanted to make a deal with a cultivator? Wasn't she afraid of being swallowed until not even her bones were left? But before Qin Fen could agree, the woman took out 3 spiritual herbs. When he saw these spiritual herbs, Qin Fen was shocked. Rank 8 spiritual herb crescent grass, rank 8 spiritual herb purple gold bamboo, and rank 8 spiritual vine moss ancien. Qin Fen sucked in a breath of cold air. In his heart, he wondered who this ordinary woman was. Not only did she have a top-grade true artifact flying sword, but she also had rank 8 spiritual herbs. Even when he went to explore the 13 palaces not long ago, the highest rank spiritual herb Qin Fen found was the rank 7 spiritual herb 3-leafed demon ginseng. He didn't find any rank 8 spiritual herbs. That's right, these are all rank 8 spiritual herbs. Since young hero can recognize them, you must not be an ordinary person. Seeing that Qin Fen didn't directly snatch the spiritual herbs in her hand, the woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "You want to use these spiritual herbs to make a deal with me?" Qin Fen finally perked up. Although it was his first time seeing these 3 spiritual herbs, they were all recorded in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills. The crescent grass was needed to refine pills for cauldron-filling realm cultivators. The purple gold bamboo could also be used to refine pills, but using the purple gold bamboo to refine pills was definitely a waste of resources. This was because the purple gold bamboo could purify spiritual roots. Although the effect was not as good as the tree of life, there were a few spiritual herbs that could purify spiritual roots in the divine world. As for the Ma Sansien, it was a type of vine that could be used as a material for refining tools. The spirit whip refined from it was very powerful. The woman said, "Young hero can call me Aku. These 3 spiritual herbs are useless to me, so I can give them to young hero for free." Qin Fen was shocked. He always thought of himself as a nouveau riche cultivator of the divine world. But compared to Aku, who gave him 3 rank 8 spiritual herbs, he felt ashamed. "Senior Aku, what do you want me to do?" Although Aku didn't cultivate, Qin Fen felt a very old aura from her body. This aura wasn't the aura of cultivation, but it came from her body. According to Qin Fen's guess, this woman had lived for at least a few hundred years. In terms of age, calling her senior was not an exaggeration. Aku didn't deny the way Qin Fen called her. She calmly said, "Young hero, I have a treasure map here. I want you to help me find a treasure. That treasure is a secret manual. If young hero can really find it, I am willing to make a copy of the secret manual for you." "How do you know about that secret manual? Why do you want to find that secret manual?" Qin Fen was vigilant. The woman smiled bitterly. "Because that secret manual was originally mine. In fact, many years ago I could also cultivate it, but my dantian was destroyed. Until now, I still can't repair it. Although I can't cultivate, even if I find the secret manual, I must obtain that secret manual. It's more important than my life." Qin Fen used his divine sense to scan Aku's body. Although this behavior was not good, he had just met this woman, so he had to be careful. After checking, Qin Fen found that it wasn't that Aku couldn't cultivate, but her dantian was destroyed. What this woman said was true. "Why do you trust me? Aren't you afraid that I'll take the secret manual for myself?" Qin Fen asked. The woman smiled bitterly again. "Because I have no other choice. I don't trust anyone on the divine continent, but after seeing you, I had a glimmer of hope in my heart. You're different from the other cultivators. You didn't try to rob me of my top-grade flying sword. You didn't even try to rob me when you saw the 3 level 8 herbs. So, I want to take a gamble. I hope young hero will keep our promise." Chapter 1914. Qin Fen couldn't figure out the background of this mysterious woman, but he thought that she must have been a very powerful person. Otherwise, how could she have a flying sword and 3 rank 8 spirit herbs so casually? This woman was quite pitiful to have had her dantian destroyed. In the North Sand Continent and the South Flat Continent, there are no pills that could restore one's dantian. Once one's dantian was destroyed, one would never be able to cultivate again. However, Qin Fen could concoct pills that could restore one's dantian. It was recorded in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, but the spirit herbs needed were quite precious, and Qin Fen didn't have them all yet. Moreover, even if he had the spirit herbs to concoct the returning Dan, he wouldn't help this woman. After all, this was the first time they had met, and the returning Dan was too powerful. If news of this got out, Qin Fen would probably have to flee for a period of time in the South Flat Continent. "Okay, I'll accept the treasure-seeking map, but I have a lot of things to do. If I have time, I can go to the place on the treasure-seeking map. If I can find your secret manual, I'll definitely give it to you," Qin Fen said after thinking for a while. Aku was pleasantly surprised. She didn't know why, but she felt that Qin Fen was sincerely helping her. If the secret manual was found, Qin Fen would definitely give it to her. "Let me first thank you, young hero. If young hero finds the secret manual, I am willing to give you a copy of the secret manual. Also, I will also give this best quality flying sword a true artifact." Ako quickly said. Chin Feng couldn't help but sympathize with Ako. He didn't know what kind of enemy this woman had encountered to have her dantian destroyed and still live. He was very clear about the significance of a best quality true artifact flying sword to Ako. This woman was unable to cultivate and could only rely on flying swords to escape and survive. However, the other party was willing to give away the flying sword after obtaining the secret manual. This layer of meaning was very obvious. She intended to commit suicide with the secret manual. It seemed that in Ako's eyes, the secret manual was more important than her life. If I find the secret manual, how do I contact you? Young hero, keep this flying sword. If you find the secret manual, release the flying sword and I'll find you. Ako took out a black flying sword. At first glance, Chin Feng knew it was a dark-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, this was only a messenger flying sword. She actually used a dark-grade spiritual weapon as a messenger flying sword. Chin Feng became more and more curious about this woman's identity. In the end, Chin Feng didn't ask any more questions. He couldn't even solve his own problems, so he really didn't have the mind to care about other people's problems. If he could really find Ako's secret manual in the future, Chin Feng would have helped her fulfill her wish. Chin Feng put away the messenger flying sword and took his leave. He sat inside the soaring cloud auger and opened the treasure map that Ako gave him. The location marked on the treasure map was at the edge of the Fallen God Sea. There was a place called Green Island. When Chin Feng was still in the North Sand Continent, he had explored the God Fall Sea. However, he only went to the outer area of the God Fall Sea near the North Sand Continent. This time, Green Island was near the God Fall Sea at the edge of the South Flat Continent. This was the first time Chin Feng had heard of Song Island. Looking at its position on the map, it was quite far away. He could only put Ako's matter aside for now. Right now, the most important thing was to hurry to Gourd Island to find Chin Duo Air. There was also a map under the treasure map. When Chin Feng opened the map, he was instantly delighted. This was a complete map of the South Flat Continent. It was much more detailed than the one Yu Wanqiu gave him. The addresses of all the 4-star and above sects in the South Flat Continent were included. The Celestial Gourd Island was already a 6-star sect, so it was naturally marked on the map. After carefully comparing the map with the environment outside the soaring cloud auger, Chin Feng quickly found his current location. It was a place called Southgate City. This Southgate City was a 5-star city, and it was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Gourd Island. If this distance was on Earth, who knew how long it would take to reach it? However, it wasn't too far in the divine Supreme Continent. Chin Feng immediately planned the best route. He pushed the soaring cloud auger to its maximum speed and flew towards Gourd Island. A week later, a huge island appeared in front of him. Chin Feng understood why this place was called Gourd Island. When he looked down from the sky, the shape of the island was like a huge gourd. Moreover, the sky above the island was shrouded in mist. It was like a fairyland. No wonder Divination Jin said that Gourd Island was rumored to be built on a fairyland. Chin Feng was overjoyed and immediately flew towards the Gourd Island. However, when he was still 100 miles away from the Gourd Island, the soaring cloud auger suddenly landed in the wilderness outside. There was a flight restriction formation. Chin Feng was now a rank 5 spiritual formation master. This level was already at the top in the Northern Sand Continent. In the South Flat Continent, he was considered a rare formation master. However, he knew that a flight restriction formation could only be set up by a rank 6 formation grandmaster. The flight restriction formation in front of him had already reached the level of a rank 7 formation king. Seeing the flight restriction formation, Chin Feng had a bad feeling. At this moment, a black shadow landed not far behind him and said, "Young hero, are you going to Gourd Island?" Chin Feng quickly sized up the other party. It was a gray-haired old man wearing a fluttering white robe. He had already reached Empty God Realm Level 6. "Yes, Senior." Qianfen didn't know why this person was looking for him, so he cupped his hands and replied. The old man smiled. I am by Isek Xiaoziu. Are you a celestial gourd disciple? I am Qiao Feng, not a celestial gourd disciple. I have a friend in the celestial gourd, so I came to take a look. Zhao Ziyu looked at him in surprise. You're not a celestial gourd disciple, but you want to enter the celestial gourd. I'm afraid that's impossible. Qianfen didn't understand the sex of the South Flat Continent at all. However, from Zhao Ziyu's words, he realized that he had done something stupid. Why can't I enter the celestial gourd? I have always been in closed-door cultivation. This is the first time I have come out. Zhao Ziyu had a look of realization and explained, the South Flat Continent's 5-star and above sects don't allow outer sect disciples to enter. Even if you are body condensation or cauldron filling state, you can't enter 6 or 7-star sects. Qianfen instantly understood. So that was what was going on. He immediately became nervous. If he couldn't enter the celestial gourd, how could he see Qin Duo? He wouldn't be able to take Qin Duo away. As if seeing Qianfen's difficulty, Zhao Ziyu continued, although you can enter the celestial gourd, you can let the celestial gourd disciple come out to find you. Qianfen's eyes lit up. He had been too anxious to see Qin Duo, and didn't even think of such a simple reason. However, Zhao Ziyu's next words poured cold water on Qianfen's head, but it is also very difficult to let the celestial gourd disciple know that you are looking for him. Once you become a disciple of a 6-star sect, it is equivalent to cutting ties with the outside world. You will be strictly controlled by the sect and have to cultivate hard. Even if you tell the celestial gourd disciple, the information will be stopped by the elders in the end. They won't tell your friend in case it disturbs his cultivation. Qianfen was speechless. He felt that entering a 6-star sect was scarier than going to prison. Senior Zhao, what should I do? Qianfen realized that Zhao Ziyu definitely had another way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to him. There is a way, but it depends on whether you are strong enough. Zhao Ziyu said, in 3 months, there will be a genius conference in the South Flat Continent that happens once every 5 years. I don't need to explain much about it. Almost all the large sects in the South Flat Continent will come. If you can achieve some results in the conference and become famous, I believe that your friend will know of you and take the initiative to find you. Qianfen was no stranger to the Genius Conference. He had participated in the North Sand Continent's Genius Conference and obtained the title of First Genius. He didn't expect that the South Flat Continent also had a Genius Conference. However, Qianfen knew that the cultivation geniuses here were not comparable to those in the North Sand Continent. After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only way to see Qin Duo. Thank you for your advice, Senior Zhao. I will leave first. Knowing that he couldn't enter the celestial gourd, Qianfen didn't want to waste time here. There were still 3 months until the Genius Conference, so he planned to go to Grey Island. But before he left, Zhao Ziyu said, Young Hero Qiao, don't be in a hurry. I am gathering friends to explore the 1,000 Insect Valley. Are you interested? Qianfen hadn't been to the 1,000 Insect Valley, but he had seen it on the South Flat Continent map that Aku gave him. Because the 1,000 Insect Valley was near Gourd Island, he had seen the surrounding terrain of Gourd Island and had some impression. Senior Zhao, what treasures are there in the 1,000 Insect Valley? Qianfen didn't reply immediately. Zhao Ziyu was slightly stunned. As a cultivator of the South Flat Continent, most had heard of the 1,000 Insect Valley. Countless people went to explore it every year. But remembering that Qianfen said that he had always been in seclusion, and this was his first time out, Zhao Ziyu understood. The 1,000 Insect Valley is a dangerous place. There are countless spirit insects inside. These spirit insects are very precious treasures. Many cultivators will catch a few and raise them. Of course, most cultivators who go to explore the 1,000 Insect Valley are not interested in the spirit insects, but the spirit herbs and materials inside. It is said that a few decades ago, someone found a level 9 cordyceps in the depths of the Thousand Insect Valley. It was also because of this news that more and more people went to explore the Thousand Insect Valley. Qin Fin was shocked when he heard about the cordyceps. Of course, he knew about the level 9 spirit herb cordyceps. It was an extremely rare, top-notch spirit herb. According to the Medicinal Pills Encyclopedia, the cordyceps had dozens of uses. It could even be used as the main ingredient to refine the field-returning pill. Actually, the field-returning pill was only a type of level 3, level 7 imperial pill. The reason why Qin Fin couldn't refine it was because he didn't have the main ingredient. If he had the cordyceps, he could refine the field-returning pill. If the field-returning pill appeared, it was hard to imagine what kind of shock it would cause in the South Flat continent. Of course, if young hero Qiao isn't interested, then I won't force you. Let's meet again. Seeing that Qin Fin still didn't say anything, Zhao Ziyu took the initiative to bid farewell. It wasn't that Qin Fin hadn't met people who wanted to team up with him. It was because he had encountered too many of these things. He had to be on guard. This was because most of the cultivators who wanted to explore with him had selfish and sinister motives. For example, his exploration at Coiled Dragon Mountain not long ago had been a trap set up by Hong Fei. Also, the 7-star array that he had encountered in the mystic realm of the Purple Cloud Valley in the North Sand Continent had been set up by Frost Ginseng and the others. Chapter 1915. However, Zhao Ziyu gave Qin Fin a different feeling. This person only came to ask if he wanted to form a team. When he saw that Qin Fin had no intention of forming a team, Zhao Ziyu left on his own. Please wait a moment, Senior Zhao. I will join your team. After Qin Fin joined, Zhao Ziyu brought him to a small inn on the outskirts of the gourd-shaped island. According to Zhao Ziyu, there were no inns or cities around the gourd-shaped island a few decades ago. It was because of the news that someone found a level 9 spiritual herb, cordyceps, that more and more cultivators came to explore the Thousand Insect Valley, gradually forming the current situation. Surprisingly, the people from the Celestial Gourd sect did not object to the construction of these inns and small cities, although they did not understand why a 6-star sect would allow businesses to be built around their sect. Since the Celestial Gourd sect did not say anything, they gradually stopped caring. There were already 4 people in the room, 3 men and 1 woman. When they saw Zhao Ziyu enter the room, they immediately stood up to greet him. Senior Zhao, you found a new friend. Now that we have 6 people, when do we leave, Senior Zhao? Qin Fin glanced at the 4 people as soon as he entered the room. Although he had a good impression of Zhao Ziyu, after experiencing the sinister people of the divine supreme continent, he knew that first impressions were the least trustworthy. However, Qin Fin was relieved when he saw that the woman with the highest cultivation was level 2 of the empty god realm and the other 3 were late true spirit realm. Even if these 4 people and Zhao Ziyu worked together to deal with him, Qin Fin still had a way to escape. From these people, Qin Fin obtained a lot of information. At the same time, he was surprised that Zhao Ziyu was a young elder from a 6-star sect, the 100 Intentions sect. If even a young elder from a 6-star sect was level 6 of the empty god realm, one could imagine how powerful the 100 Intentions, sect's grand elder, and sect leader were. I estimated the number of people for the expedition to be 6. Now that everyone is here, I will introduce you to each other. If there are no problems, we will leave. In fact, the 4 people in the room already knew each other. Zhao Ziyu mainly introduced everyone to Qin Fin, which made him very satisfied. After a while, Qin Fin found out who the 4 people were. Among them, the purple-robed woman with the highest cultivation was called Lu Jiao. She had a tender and beautiful appearance and a hot body. She was definitely a woman of the highest quality that men yearned to pursue. However, Qin Fin could see that she was wearing a mask on her face. The tall and burly man was called Shiryu, a disciple of the Stone Sword sect. He was peak true spirit realm 9. Of the other 2 men, One had a delicate appearance with skin as white as a woman's. His name was Huan Jinji, and he was in the 8th true spirit realm. The other was a big man with dry skin and thick hair. He was called Reproach and was also in the true spirit realm. When Censure and Huan Jinji stood side by side, they formed a sharp contrast. It was quite amusing to watch. Yan and Huan Ziyu. Feng. Qin, Zhao Ziyu said. The Fun Yu. Of 6, Zhao Ziyu Feng. True, Feng Su Qi. Wu Ziyu Fun of the 6th set, and they left and arrived in 2 hours. The Ziyu Tian Ziyu of the Gu. The 10,000 insect valley was behind a green mountain, and it was said to be a giant forest. However, some people said that the forest was only the outer part of the 10,000 insect valley. At the foot of the green mountain, there were already several thousand cultivators gathered. They were all here to explore the 10,000 insect valley. Qin Fen looked around and found that their group of 6 was one of the weaker ones. Some groups even had body condensation realm experts leading them. After that mountain, we'll reach the 10,000 insect valley. This is my first time exploring here, and according to my sect's senior brother, the 10,000 insect valley is filled with danger. It's not much less dangerous than the 8 great danger realms. Once we go in, everyone follow behind me and we'll face danger together. Zhao Ziyu said. Everyone nodded, but when they reached the foot of the green mountain, they were stopped by a group of 5. The 6 of you stop. A warrior wearing beast skin armor and carrying a large saber on his shoulder glared at Qin Fen and the others in a frivolous manner. This man was only at Nihility God Stage Level 2, but he didn't put Zhao Ziyu in his eyes at all. There was a Nihility God Stage Level 7 old man behind him, and from where he stood, he should be the big brother of the 5 people. I'm Elder Zhao Ziyu of the 100 Thought Sect. I plan to bring my friends in to explore. What business do you have? Zhao Ziyu stood out and said. He had purposely announced his name. 6-star sects were considered large sects in the South Flat continent, and most cultivators would avoid them upon hearing their names. However, the muscular man with the golden saber sneered and even cursed at Zhao Ziyu. Uft. So what if you're from a 6-star sect? You're just a hollow spirit, realm level 6 ant. Can't you see our brother Qianlong is here? Do you believe that I can kill you with one blade? Qin Fen didn't know who Qianlong was, but Zhao Ziyu and the others frowned when they heard this name. So it's brother Qianlong from the 1,000 Dragon Sect. Nice to meet you. Zhao Ziyu cupped his fists at the gray-haired old man and smiled. Here are 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Consider it as making friends with brother Qianlong. Qin Fen asked Shi Dao curiously, who's Qianlong? Shi Dao's face was full of anger, but he spoke in a suppressed voice, as if he was afraid of Qianlong. He's a notorious tyrant in the South Flat continent. He makes a living by robbing people, and even established the 1,000 Dragon Gang. I didn't expect to run into him. How unfortunate. Qin Fen came to a realization. To put it bluntly, they were a group of bandits. He also understood why someone of Zhao Ziyu's status had to be friendly to Qianlong. These bandits were a group of desperados. The so-called big sects were useless in front of them. They would change places every time they robbed, so it was very difficult to find them. Qin Fen hated these bandits. He lost count of how many bandits he had killed since he came to the Divine Continent. However, he didn't stand out this time. After all, Qianlong was already at Hollow Spirit, Realm Level 7. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Moreover, Qin Fen had just joined the exploration team. He didn't know what the others were thinking. Damn it, do you think our brother Qianlong is a beggar? You want to save your life with just 100,000 spiritual stones? The brawny man with the golden blade on his shoulder cursed. Sure, you couldn't stand it anymore and complained, how can you talk to Senior Zhao like that? He's an elder of the 100 Thought Sect, a 6-star sect. You're not satisfied with 100,000 spirit stones? Do you really think we're afraid of him? The man with the golden saber saw that a true spirit realm level 9 cultivator dared to talk to him. He raised his saber, and a violent saber chi swept toward Shiryu. Shiryu felt like he was trapped. Little brother, don't be angry. Why don't you name a price? There's no need to hurt our friendship. Zhao Ziyu waved his hand, and a powerful true essence shot out. It knocked the violent saber chi away and created a huge crater on the ground a few hundred meters away. Chapter 1916. The Golden Blade Man was stunned. He was clearly shocked by Zhao Ziyu's strength. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear in his heart. If Zhao Ziyu's palm was aimed at him, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Qianlong's eyes flashed with shock. Zhao Ziyu's simple palm strike had caused him to feel fear. Although he was already in the late empty god realm and Zhao Ziyu was only in the middle empty god realm, she was from a 6-star sect after all. She was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Black Dragon stepped down. Qianlong said coldly and looked at Zhao Ziyu. 100,000 spirit stones per person. 600,000 for the 6 of you. Zhao Ziyu threw out another 500,000 spirit stones without hesitation. He didn't look at Qianlong's group anymore and said to the people behind him, "Let's go in." The people from the 1,000 Dragon Gang didn't stop them and were putting the spirit stones into their storage rings. However, they saw Qin Feng still standing there and suddenly said, "You're done with your toll fees?" Not only were the 5 people from the 1,000 Dragon Gang shocked, but Zhao Ziyu's group at the foot of the mountain also looked over in surprise, not understanding what Qin Feng was doing. Actually, Qin Feng didn't plan on looking for trouble. He could have followed them into the 1,000 Insect Valley to explore. However, Zhao Ziyu didn't say anything and took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for everyone. Although this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Qin Feng admired his actions. "Stinking brat, what nonsense are you talking about?" The Golden Blade Man was scared by Zhao Ziyu earlier and had nowhere to vent his anger. He didn't expect a true spirit realm 6 and to jump out and court death, so he immediately became ruthless. Qin Feng acted like he didn't see his ruthless expression and said indifferently, "Are you deaf? I'm asking you if you finished collecting the toll fees?" Black Dragon was about to swing his blade, but was stopped by Qianlong. "We've finished collecting the toll fees. What do you want to say?" Qin Feng casually waved his hand, and dozens of formation flags flew out like a goddess scattering flowers. His hands quickly formed an array seal, and before the 5 men from the 1,000 Dragon Gang could react, a level 5 trap array had already been formed. This trap formation had been set up a long time ago. Qin Feng had used it to trap ghosts on the 8th floor of the 13 palaces. After the 13 palaces closed, he had 3 rank 5 trap formations on him. In the blink of an eye, a rank 5 trap formation was formed. The group was dumbfounded, but Black Dragon quickly recovered and laughed arrogantly. "Ha! I was wondering what you were going to do, using a rank 5 trap formation to deal with us. Do you believe that I, your father, will only need the time for an incense stick to burn to split open your trap formation?" Qin Feng knew that the Black Dragon wasn't bragging. This man was already at Nihility God Stage Level 2, and the rank 5 trap array could only trap true spirit cultivators. It wasn't very effective against Nihility God Stage cultivators. In other words, if Qianlong, who was at Nihility God Realm Level 7, attacked, he would probably be able to break the array in half an incense's time. However, Qin Feng didn't want to use a level 5 trap formation to trap the 1,000 Dragon Gang members. He immediately yelled at Zhao Ziyu, "Senior Zhao, these people are trapped. Do you think we can kill them in the time it takes for half an incense to burn?" Once these words were spoken, everyone finally understood Qin Feng's thoughts, and they couldn't help but be shocked by his courage. Stonefish was the first to rush over. A meteor hammer appeared in his hand. He chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "Young Hero Qiao, good job. I'll help you destroy them. Lu Jiao, Censure, and Huan Jinji immediately followed. Although the four of them didn't say anything, they had long been dissatisfied with the 1,000 Dragon Gang. However, because their overall strength was inferior to the 1,000 Dragon Gang, they could only swallow their anger. Now that Qin Feng had created a level 5 trap formation out of thin air, it gave them an opportunity to attack. Half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough. Even Zhao Ziyu flew over. He was a dignified elder of a 6-star sect, but he was being suppressed by a group of bandits. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to implicate Qin Feng and the others, he definitely wouldn't have obeyed Qianlong. The situation changed instantly. The 5 members of the 1,000 Dragon Gang started to panic. That black dragon no longer had the arrogant aura from before. The hand that was holding the golden saber was trembling. He knew that it would be very difficult for them to break out of the rank 5 trap formation within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Wouldn't that mean that they were just waiting for death? Only Qianlong was slightly calmer. However, they didn't know if he was really not afraid or pretending to be calm. 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. This matter ends here. Qianlong waved his hand, and the spirit stones landed at their feet. Qin Feng didn't even look at them. He smiled and said, "With Senior Zhao's status, you want to buy your life with a mere 600,000 spirit stones? Do you think Senior Zhao is a beggar?" These words were slightly familiar. Black Dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Weren't these the words he used to scold Zhao Ziyu? Qianlong was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. Even with his Nihility God Realm Level 7 cultivation, he couldn't instantly break out of the rank 5 trap formation. Once he started to break the formation, he believed that Zhao Ziyu and the others would attack. If that happened, they could only wait for death. After being a bandit for tens of years in the South Pingzhou state, Qianlong would never have thought that one day he would be robbed instead. "Brat, do you dare to tell me your name?" Qianlong stared at Qin Feng like a poisonous snake. Qin Feng wasn't afraid at all. If he wasn't afraid of exposing his trump card, he was confident that he could kill Qianlong. "My name is Qiao Feng." Qianlong sneered. "All right, I'll remember you. Tell me, what else do you want?" "It's simple if you want to live. There are 5 of you, and each life is worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you don't see the spirit stones, you will start killing." Qin Feng's words shocked everyone. Even Zhao Ziyu sized him up with a complicated expression. Qianlong was almost angered to death. As a famous bandit in the South Pingzhou state, he thought that he was ruthless enough. He didn't expect to meet someone who was even more ruthless than him. He only asked Qin Feng for 100,000 spirit stones per person. However, Qin Feng asked for 100 times the price. Was this brat crazy? "Dream on." Qianlong rejected without hesitation. Qin Feng didn't care at all. To be honest, compared to the 50 million high-grade spirit stones, he wanted the lives of Qianlong and the others more. A silver spear appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He didn't take out the 100-mile ray sniper right away. After all, it wasn't time to use his trump card yet. However, the Dragon Quake Spear was enough to make Black Dragon and the others tremble in fear. It was obvious that the silver spear was a true weapon. Under the sunlight, it radiated a cold light, making one's heart palpitate. When Qin Feng took out his weapon, Huan Jinji and the other 2 immediately took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Zhao Ziyu didn't use a weapon. However, a majestic qi surged from his body, making it hard for Black Dragon and the others to breathe. This level 5 trap formation can at most trap them for 15 minutes. Everyone, don't hold back. Use your killer moves. Qin Feng shouted. Huan Jinji and the other 3 replied in unison, "All right." Seeing that Qin Feng was really going to attack, Black Dragon and the others were about to kneel in fear. Qianlong pretended to be calm and shouted, "Wait! 50 million spirit stones. Deal." This time, he didn't say anything else. With a wave of his hand, 5 mountains of spirit stones piled up in front of everyone. Even Elder Zhao Ziyu, who came from a 6-star sect, 50 million high-grade spirit stones was a huge sum to him. As for Huan Jinji and the others, their eyes lit up when they saw the spirit stones. Chapter 1917. Young Hero Qiao, what should we do now? Huan Jinji and the other 3's eyes flashed, but no one went to take the spirit stones. From their point of view, Qianlong was a ruthless person who wouldn't compromise, but he actually compromised. This sudden turn of events left everyone at a loss. Subconsciously, Huan Jinji and the other 3 saw Qin Feng as the leader, so they didn't even ask Zhao Zi what to do. "I'll watch over the 5 of them. Everyone split the spirit stones, I don't want any," Qin Feng said quickly. Huan Jinji and the other 3 were shocked. Zhao Ziyu was dumbfounded. They thought that Qin Feng was a greedy person after cheating the 1,000 Dragon Gang of 50 million high-grade spirit stones. But in the end, he didn't want a single spirit stone. He was fighting for everyone's benefit. Shiryu had already started collecting the spirit stones and said, "Everyone, let's collect the spirit stones first. We'll split it with young Hero Qiao later. We definitely can't take his share." The other 3 immediately moved. Zhao Ziyu stood behind Qin Feng, guarding against the 5 members of the 1,000 Dragon Gang. Soon, the 50 million spirit stones were all gone. Qianlong's heart was bleeding, but he didn't move. "Can you let us go now? If you dare to go back on your words, I'll drag you down with me," Qianlong yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't take this threat seriously, but he didn't plan on fighting to the death with the 1,000 Dragon Gang. His goal in coming to 1,000 Insect Valley was to explore. "Don't let me see you again." After saying this, Qin Feng gave everyone a look, and they immediately followed him and left. Qianlong and the other 4 took a while to recover. Black Dragon cursed, "Damn it, that Qiao brat is too arrogant. He's just a middle-stage true spirit cultivator, and he dares to cheat Big Brother's spirit stones. Don't let me see him again, or I'll tear him to pieces." Qianlong's anger wasn't any less than Black Dragon's, but he was thinking about what Qin Feng said before he left. He didn't know where that brat got his confidence from, or if he was just acting cool. Break the confinement formation first, then guard the vicinity. As long as those fellows can come out alive, kill them without mercy. Qianlong shouted while suppressing his anger. Qin Feng and the others could no longer hear their plans. At this time, the 6 of them had entered the periphery of the 10,000 Insect Valley. Just as the cultivators said, the periphery of the 10,000 Insect Valley was a vast and boundless forest. Moreover, after entering the forest, there was a flight restriction array. Qin Feng and the others had no choice but to land their flying swords and walk. As for robbing the 1,000 Dragon Gang, Qin Feng didn't take it to heart. However, Shiryu and the others were still discussing it. From time to time, they would look at Qin Feng strangely. "Young Hero Qiao, you really have guts. You even dared to trick a Nihility God Realm Level 7 cultivator. You're not a loose cultivator, right? Which sect are you from?" Shiryu had a carefree personality and could chat with anyone along the way. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Shiryu, I'm really a loose cultivator. It's because I'm a loose cultivator that I have nothing to fear. After tricking the 1,000 Dragon Gang, I'll just run." Shiryu patted his shoulder and said, "I like you. In the future, we'll be brothers. When you have time, you must visit Sherdao. Don't worry about this expedition. Old brother will protect you." From Shiryu's point of view, Qin Feng was only at true spirit realm level 6, and his cultivation was below Zhao Ziyu and the female cultivator. Protecting Qin Feng wasn't an act. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. He had a good impression of Shiryu. After chatting along the way, the few of them got along well. The female cultivator said, "Fellow cultivators, now that we've reached the periphery of the 10,000 insect valley, I suggest we decide on how to split the treasures to avoid any unnecessary conflicts." Everyone understood what Lu Jiao meant. Shi Dao casually said, "How about this? You and Senior Zhao are both void spirit realm cultivators, so you can split the treasures 20%. The rest of us are all at true spirit realm, so we'll split the treasures 10%? Shi Yu was taking care of Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was only at the middle stage of true spirit realm, he enjoyed the same treatment as Shi Yu, who was at the late stage and peak stage of true spirit realm. Moreover, the other two didn't refuse, which made Qin Feng feel gratified. In fact, after coming to the divine supreme continent, Qin Feng had gone on many expeditions with teams. The previous teams all had their own ulterior motives, but this time he felt that he had finally found a true teammate. After deciding on how to split the treasures, Zhao Ziyu took out 5 jade bottles and gave them to everyone. According to my senior brother, there's a poisonous mist floating around this gourd island all year round. The jade bottles contain antidote pills. If you feel unwell, take the pills. Qin Feng opened the jade bottle and took a look. With his current level of a level 5 pill king, he was sure that the jade bottles contained antidote pills. It seemed that Zhao Ziyu had no ulterior motives. After walking for a short distance, everyone saw the misty scene. They realized that the yellow mist was the poisonous mist that Zhao Ziyu mentioned. The 4 of them immediately swallowed an antidote pill as a precaution. Zhao Ziyu didn't eat it. Instead, he put up a true Yuan shield. Qin Feng didn't eat it either. His body was already immune to all kinds of poison, so the poisonous mist in front of him wasn't that poisonous, so it didn't affect him much. As they walked into the poisonous mist, Qin Feng's vision dimmed. He soon realized that the poisonous mist could block his divine sense. Now he could only scan things within 500 meters. He also knew that his divine sense had become much stronger after absorbing the soul crystal. Even Zhao Ziyu's divine sense was not as strong as his. It was conceivable that the range of the divine sense of the 4 people would be even smaller. There's a spiritual mushroom here. Not long after entering the 1,000 Insect Valley, Shi Dao exclaimed and excitedly ran towards a big tree. Before he could grab a wild mushroom, Zhao Ziyu immediately slammed his palm, and the wind from his palm knocked Shi Yu to the ground. Everyone looked at Zhao Ziyu in confusion and became vigilant. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was relieved. When he saw the spiritual mushroom in Shi Yu's mouth, he realized that it was a poisonous mushroom. Poisonous herbs existed not only in China, but also in the divine continent. Moreover, there were many poisonous herbs, even more than spiritual herbs. Many cultivators who didn't understand herbs would often confuse poisonous herbs with spiritual herbs and accidentally eat poisonous herbs, resulting in cultivation deviation. Everyone, don't get too excited. That's a poisonous mushroom. There are many poisonous herbs in the 1,000 Insect Valley. Don't randomly pick herbs. Zhao Ziyu's tone was solemn. Shi Yu woke up and immediately cupped his hands towards Zhao Ziyu. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Zhao. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died as soon as I entered." Zhao Ziyu nodded. "Brother Shi Yu, don't be so polite. Since I'm the one who suggested everyone to explore together, I have the responsibility to protect everyone. According to Senior Brother, the outer area of the 1,000 Insect Valley is basically filled with poisonous herbs. We should hurry to the middle area. As for the deeper area, if it's difficult to enter, it's better not to take the risk." Chapter 1918. Because of the stonefish's discovery of the poisonous mushroom, everyone became more careful. Even if they encountered some plants that looked like spiritual herbs on the way, no one dared to pick them. After walking for half a day, the surrounding trees became denser and thicker. Flowers and grasses could be seen everywhere on the ground. However, Most of the grasses were covered in poisonous fog. Even if there were really spirit grasses hidden in the fog, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Qin Feng could tell them apart, but he discovered that they were only rank 2 and rank 3 spirit herbs, so he was too lazy to pick them. Senior Zhao, I have a bad feeling about this. The poisonous energy within this forest is becoming increasingly thick. In fact, it is beginning to become corrosive. When we entered the 10,000 insect valley, quite a number of cultivators had entered as well. Why is it that we haven't seen a single one after walking for so long? Huan Jinji frowned. His doubts were also the doubts of Tseng Yu and Stone Saber. Since the three of them were at the true spirit realm, their divine senses could only scan within a range of 50 meters. Qin Fen, Zhao Ziyu, and Lu Jiao knew that there were many cultivators in the forest. They had scanned the forest with their divine senses and deliberately avoided those cultivators. However, it was true that the poisonous gas in the forest was getting stronger and stronger. Qin Fen hadn't taken any antidote pills, so his body was already feeling a bit oppressed. He had no choice but to use his true essence to protect his body from the corrosive effects of the poisonous gas. The poisonous mist was clearly able to enter a cultivator's body, and there was even a possibility that it would remain in the body. Senior Brother said that the deeper we go into the 1,000 insect valley, the stronger the poison gas. Right now, we are still on the outskirts. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Once we reach the middle area, I'm afraid we will have to use our spirit armor and Zhenyuan to protect ourselves. Zhao Ziyu's tone was serious. Censure said, the three of us are in the late true spirit realm, and Senior Zhao and Senior Lu are void god realm experts. I believe the poison gas won't be able to stop us. Young Hero Qiao is still in the middle true spirit realm, so everyone should take care of him. Qin Fen smiled and didn't say anything. He was indeed in the middle stage of the true spirit realm, but if it was a poison that even he couldn't block, then even Zhao Ziyu's help would be useless. Lu Jiao nodded and said, since we're exploring in a team, we're like a door when we're in a team. I'm not afraid of the poisonous fog, but the silence in this forest gives me an uneasy feeling. Lu Jiao said what everyone was thinking. Ever since they entered the forest, they hadn't encountered any danger, and this lack of danger was the greatest danger. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Save me, Senior Brother, save me. Just as they were feeling uneasy, a heart-wrenching scream came from afar. Their expressions immediately turned serious as they looked at each other. Let's go take a look. Zhao Ziyu finally broke the silence. The six of them immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. When they were 100 meters away from the scene, they could barely see the situation clearly. Qin Feng, who was 500 meters away, could see everything clearly. The crowd was dumbfounded. In an open space under a giant tree stood a spider. The reason why it was described as a head was because this spider was not a commonly seen small spider. It was the size of an elephant, and its entire body was black. Its 4 legs were as thick as a human leg, and the bristles on its body were thick and lush. On the back of this giant black spider, there were 3 eyes, all glowing with the color of blood. Just the size of this giant spider was enough to stun everyone. Zhao Ziyu immediately slashed out with her sword, and a white light cut the black mist in half. Brother Fei, are you all right? It seemed that Zhao Ziyu knew the man who had been attacked. Unfortunately, the man had already fallen into a pool of green liquid. His body was bubbling from the corrosion, and he was clearly dead. Another black shadow rushed over and said to Zhao Ziyu, Senior Zhao, Junior Brother has unfortunately died. This blood-eye poison spider is too powerful. Let's not fight it. Zhao Ziyu looked at the dead man with regret and immediately flew away. I'll lure the spider away. You guys run first. When Zhao Ziyu and the blood-eye poison spider disappeared into the yellow mist, the crowd came to their senses. Blood-eye poison spider? What kind of beast is that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Stonefish's voice trembled. It was evident that he was frightened by the giant spider. Lu Jiao's expression was not calm as she said seriously, "That's not a normal beast. It's a species mutated by the poisonous gas. Let's hurry and leave this place. That blood-eye poison spider strength is comparable to the late stage of the hollow god realm." The others all gasped. A late-stage hollow god realm poisonous beast? This danger was too much. After all, this was only the outer area of the 1,000-insect valley, but there was already a late-stage hollow god realm poisonous beast. If they were to enter the middle area, who knows what kind of danger they would encounter. The rescued man flew down and landed in front of them. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm Fei Cheng's little elder Fei Jiang. I'm going back to Fei Cheng immediately. I hope fellow Taoists can thank Senior Zhao for me." Huan Jin and the others were shocked. This person's background was not simple. Lu Jiao cupped her fists and said, "Ah, so it's the 6-star city's Elder Fei city. Senior Fei, don't worry. I will help you pass on your thanks. All right, I'll go first. This 1,000-insect valley is scarier than I imagined. I advise you guys to leave as soon as possible." Fei Zhang's voice was still echoing in the air, but his figure had already disappeared. The group was stunned and didn't know what to do. Qin Fen looked at the direction where Zhao Ziyu disappeared and started to worry. That blood-eye poison spider strength was comparable to a late-stage hollow god realm cultivator. Plus, its body was full of poison. "I'll go help Senior Zhao. Everyone just wait here. Don't come over." Qin Fen instantly disappeared into the poison mist. When the four came back to their senses, they revealed shocked expressions. Young Hero Qiao is only a middle-stage true spirit realm cultivator, but he actually killed his way over? This Qiao Feng is really to my liking. I also want to go help. Shiryu picked up his meteor hammer and was about to chase. Lu Jiao hurriedly stopped him. Now is not the time to be loyal. That blood-eyed venomous spider has the strength of a late nihility god realm cultivator. I believe that Senior Zhao can escape by himself. If we rush over, we will only be a burden to him. That Qiao Feng is too reckless. Shiryu stopped and felt that Lu Jiao's words were very reasonable. Fei Yi and Huanjin Ji had anxious expressions. They were clearly as worried as Shiryu, but they knew that if they went, they would only die and drag Zhao Ziyu down. After leaving the range of Lu Jiao's and the others' divine sense, Qin Fen immediately sped up. Although he was only at True Spirit Realm 6, his true essence was much stronger than a normal early-stage Hollow God Realm cultivator. Under the full force of his true essence, he was like a flickering black shadow. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Qin Fen caught up with Zhao Ziyu and the huge poison spider. One man and one beast were fighting. It was obvious that Zhao Ziyu had failed to escape and had no choice but to fight with the blood-eye poison spider. "Qiao Feng, why are you here? Quickly leave this place." Zhao Ziyu didn't even look at Qin Fen, but he had already sensed his aura with his divine sense. However, in this moment of distraction, the spider's thick and long front leg lashed out. It was like an iron chain whipping Zhao Ziyu's body, causing the air to let out a loud sound. Zhao Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew tens of meters away and landed on the ground, creating a huge pit. That blood-eye poison spider didn't let go at all. Its 8 legs quickly crawled and rushed towards the area where Zhao Ziyu landed like a shadow. "Poison beast, where do you think you're going?" Qin Fen was anxious. He jumped into the air and stabbed out with his spear. The silver spear light flashed coldly in the yellow poison mist that covered the sky. It instantly exploded on the spider's back, but there was only a series of sounds. The spider's back wasn't injured at all. "Master, this poison spider has mutated very badly. It's best to save Zhao Ziyu and leave." "Don't fight it," little pig said anxiously. Qin Fen didn't have the slightest effect on the poison spider. He also lost the will to fight. However, That spear attack angered the huge poison spider. It suddenly turned around and opened its bloody mouth towards Qin Fun. Puff, puff, puff. Several clouds of yellow mist shot out from its mouth. It was similar to the poison mist in the forest, but the yellow mist in the spider's mouth was much thicker. It even condensed into poisonous arrows. The speed of the mist was also very fast. Before Qin Fun could react, it had already surrounded him. Qin Fun heard a faint crisp sound. When he looked down, his expression changed greatly. A high-grade spiritual armor on his body was being corroded. It was turning into black smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without thinking, Qin Fun immediately circulated his true yuan to protect his body. At the same time, he took out the azure dragon cauldron and spun it above his head, forming countless cauldron shadows to protect his body. However, the effect wasn't obvious. The yellow mist that the poison spider spat out seemed to be all-pervasive. It could actually penetrate the true yuan shield and the azure dragon cauldron's cauldron shadows. The speed of the spiritual armor on Qin Fun's body didn't slow down at all. What a powerful poison beast. There's so much poisonous gas in its body. Why didn't it poison this guy to death? Qin Fun complained and immediately stabbed the poison spider with a spear. Spear shadows and sword shadows fell like rain, creating loud noises on the poisoned spider's body. However, the skin on its back had evolved into something that was indestructible. Several waves of attacks didn't have any effect. Qin Fun felt a little lightheaded. He immediately realized that the poisonous gas had already seeped into his body. The density of the poison was enough to cause harm to his body. With no time to think, Qin Fun hurriedly swallowed a few pills. However, they weren't the antidote pills that Zhao Ziyu had given him. Qin Fun had the spirit cleansing pill, which had a better effect than the antidote pills. The spirit cleansing pill was refined with the level 7 spirit herb, the 100 Immortals flower, as its main ingredient. Its main effect was to remove the pill poison in one's body. At the same time, it could also remove the poison that had remained in one's body for many years. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain the spirit cleansing pill. Qin Fun had given Yuan Qiu a few, and she had treated them like treasures. She had planned to use them when she advanced to the Void God realm. Now, Qin Fun was using the spirit cleansing pill to remove the poison in his body. If other cultivators found out about this, they would definitely scold him for wasting God's gift. However, the effects of the spirit cleansing pill were indeed miraculous. When the pill entered his mouth, Qin Fun's body immediately surged with a refreshing flow of air. The feeling of his head being heavy and his body being suppressed to the point of slowing down disappeared. While he was recovering, he immediately sent out a few palms. Several balls of blue flames rose from the yellow poisonous mist, flashing back and forth like ghosts. When Qin Fun realized that his true yuan couldn't deal with the poison spider, he immediately took out the heavenly fire spirit sunflower. The poison mist of the poison spider reminded him of the Yin-Yang elders of China's poison sect. Chapter 1919. China's poison sect was a poison sect. Back then, the Yin-Yang elders had used all sorts of poisons to kill Qin Fun, even bringing out the king of poisons, but it had no effect on him. The spider now also released poison, but its poison gas was dozens of times stronger than that of the poison sect. It was on a completely different level. But soon, Qin Fun rejoiced. He found that when the yellow poison gas came into contact with the heavenly fire, it immediately exploded. It was like a flammable gas being ignited by fire. Blue flames floated across the sky, illuminating the sky blue and forming a wondrous fiery scene. The spirit sunflower burned all the way to the blood-eyed venomous spider's body. The spider seemed to be afraid of the heavenly fire. Its 8 legs immediately crawled, but it was still a beat too slow. A 3-meter-tall blue flame appeared on its back, and a strange cry came from its mouth. Sizzle! Even the dragon tremor spear couldn't pierce through its hard skin, but it was burned by the heavenly fire. Not long after, there was a burning smell. Qin Fen found a way to deal with this poisonous spider. He looked at Zhao Ziyu, who was lying in a crater in the distance, and jumped into the depths of the forest. Qin Feng wanted to lure the blood-eyed, venomous spider away to prevent it from attacking Zhao Ziyu. At the same time, he wanted to kill this poisonous beast. He didn't want to reveal his trump card in front of Zhao Ziyu, so he needed to find a place with no one around. The blood-eyed, venomous spider chased Qin Feng relentlessly. It was clearly angered by the spirit sunflower. After running for more than 10 kilometers, Qin Feng suddenly stopped and threw out dozens of formation flags. The array flags scattered like flowers and formed a level 5 trapping array the moment they landed on the ground. He had refined this trapping array back in the 8th palace to trap the spirits in the soul nurturing array. The blood-eyed venomous spider was running at full speed. Its 8 legs moved as fast as the wind, and it slammed into the formation barrier with a loud sound like a car crash. Even the air trembled. The trap formation trembled violently, and a small crack appeared on it under the impact of the blood-eyed venomous spider. While Qin Feng was shocked, he immediately launched an attack on the blood-eyed venomous spider. He realized that this spider was stronger than Qianlong, and this grade 5 trap formation wouldn't last for more than half an incense stick of time. Sizzle! Several balls of spirit, sunflower, heavenly flames flew into the heart of the formation, forming a circle of flames that trapped the poisonous spider. Sure enough, the poisonous spider was afraid of the heavenly fire. It let out a strange cry under the firelight, appearing abnormally violent. It kept spewing out poisonous fog from its mouth, but the poisonous fog became a good fuse. The heavenly fire instantly rushed to its body, emitting a burning stench. Realizing that the poisonous mist had the opposite effect, the spider sprayed out green venom from its mouth. The venom did not melt immediately after entering the sky flame. Instead, it let out a series of crackling explosions. After a while, more and more venom formed into a protective layer, keeping the sky flame out. This was the best time for Qin Fen to escape. However, since he had lured the poisonous spider to a deserted place, he planned to kill it. Seeing that the power of the heavenly fire had lost its effect, Qin Fen immediately took out the 100-mile light sniper and started shooting. Loud sounds rose and fell. A thundercloud condensed in the sky above the trapping array. Lightning bolts as thick as a human's waist struck down crazily. The green poisonous barrier instantly exploded, and even the poisonous spider's body was blasted into pieces. After waiting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the aftermath of the lightning gradually dissipated. At this time, there was only a pool of green liquid left in the trapping array. The originally huge poisonous spider had disappeared. However, in the green liquid, there was a crystal the size of a fist. Qin Fen immediately put the crystal into his storage ring. It was the poisonous spider's inner core. It was obvious that this poisonous spider had reached the rank of a rank 6 spirit beast. Moreover, its inner core was different from that of ordinary spirit beasts. It was probably due to the poisonous fog that caused the mutation. There was a black fog in the inner core that did not dissipate. Young Hero Chao, where are you? Just as he killed the blood-eyed poisonous spider, Zhao Ziyu's weak voice came from not far away. Qin Fen immediately rushed over. He did not want Zhao Ziyu to see the dead poisonous spider. Otherwise, he would be scared. Senior Zhao, quickly run. I used a rank 5 trapping array to trap that poisonous spider, but it is too strong. I'm afraid it won't be able to trap it for even half an incense stick of time. Qin Fen quickly arrived at Zhao Ziyu's side and pulled him away. Zhao Ziyu followed Qin Fen in a daze. Looking at Qin Fen's unharmed appearance, he couldn't understand why. However, after knowing that Qin Fen trapped the poisonous spider, Zhao Ziyu was also anxious to escape. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two returned to the previous place. Huan Jin and the others were still waiting for them. Seeing that they did not run away, Qin Fin felt a bit relieved. Senior Zhao is back. Young Hero Qiao is also back. Senior Zhao, are you all right? Where's that poisonous beast? The four immediately went up to greet Qin Fin. Not waiting for Zhao Ziyu to speak, Qin Fin immediately said, "The poisonous spider was trapped by my rank 5 trapping array. Now is not the time to talk. Let's quickly leave this place." Knowing that the blood-eyed poisonous spider was not dead, the four became nervous. They didn't think too much and immediately followed Qin Fin. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't run into the spider again. Lu Jiao remembered Elder Fei Zhang's words and told Zhao Ziyu about it. Senior Zhao, Elder Fei Zhang returned to Fei City and asked me to thank you on his behalf. Zhao Ziyu said shamefully, "I also couldn't save Brother Fei Zhe, so it can't be said to be a help. If young Hero Qiao did not appear at the critical moment and lead the poisonous spider away, I'm afraid I would have died." Only then did the four calm down and think. They originally thought that Zhao Ziyu helped Qin Fin escape from the poisonous spider's pursuit. They didn't expect that Qin Fin would save Zhao Ziyu's life instead. "Young Hero Qiao, where are you?" Just after killing the blood-eyed poisonous spider, Zhao Ziyu's weak voice came from not far away. Qin Fin immediately rushed over. He didn't want Zhao Ziyu to see the dead poisonous spider, otherwise he would be scared. "Senior Zhao, quickly run. I used a rank 5 trapping array to trap the poisonous spider, but it's too strong. I'm afraid it won't be able to trap it for even half an incense stick's time." Qin Fin quickly arrived at Zhao Ziyu's side and pulled him away. Zhao Ziyu followed Qin Fin in a daze. Looking at Qin Fin's unharmed appearance, he couldn't understand why, but after knowing that Qin Fin trapped the poisonous spider, Zhao Ziyu was also anxious to escape. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two returned to the previous place. Huan Jin and the others were still waiting for them. Seeing that they didn't run away, Qin Fin felt a bit relieved. Waiting for Zhao Ziyu to speak, Qin Fin immediately said, "The poisonous spider is trapped by my rank 5 trapping array. Now is not the time to talk. Let's quickly leave this place." Knowing that the blood-eyed poisonous spider was not dead, the four became nervous. They didn't think too much and immediately followed Qin Fin. The four became nervous, but they didn't think too much and immediately followed Qin Fin. Chapter 1920. Seeing the injured Yu Wanqiu fall to the ground, Qin Fin's eyes lit up. He also punched out and collided with Lin, she's fist force. The loud noise startled the forest, and many birds and beasts fled. Qin Fin had used a special grade Thunder Tiger flying sword fist with all his strength. The hidden killing intent of the flying swords in this fist technique had injured many experts. But this time, before the flying swords could even get close, they were blown away by the strong wind from Lin, she's fist force. The fist force's aftershock crashed into Qin Fin's body and sent him flying to the ground. He looked at Lin Shi, who was standing there motionlessly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. After Qin Fin landed on the ground, he didn't even care about his injured body. He was shocked. The reason why he clashed with Lin Shi was to test the strength of a middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator. But after that punch, Qin Fin realized that his opponent was not as simple as an ordinary middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator. His strength was almost on par with a late-stage Nihility God realm expert. Soon, Qin Fin understood. Since Lin Shi was one of the top 10 young masters of the South Flat Continent, his strength was naturally at the top among his peers. How could he compare him to an ordinary middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator? After understanding this, Qin Fin didn't dare to hold back. He had originally planned to use Lin Shi to practice, and maybe he could gain some new insights in the fierce battle. But now he no longer had any thoughts of holding back. Facing such a powerful expert, he might lose his life if he relaxed even a little. Seeing Qin Fin fall to the ground again, Lin Shi completely disregarded him. He couldn't even understand where such a weak, true spirit cultivator got the courage to snatch the spirit herb he wanted. But before his smile could fully bloom, it suddenly froze on his face. A black light suddenly appeared, as if it had instantly swallowed up all the light in the surroundings. Within that black light, a strange energy fluctuation rippled. The speed at which this black light spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread to a radius of 10 miles. Qianfen stood in the center of the black light, holding a dazzling long saber. When the confinement attack landed, the air within a radius of 10 miles froze. The boundary appeared again, and Qianfen had a basic understanding of the existence of the boundary. When the black light filled the air, he felt that he was the ruler of this world. Anyone who entered the boundary was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Shi's white robe was a stark contrast against the black light. The smile on his face was gone, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though he was a disciple of a 7-star sect, Gu Xiaoyao, he was unable to accept the fact that Qin Feng, who was only at level 4 of the true spirit realm, had created a realm. Realm was something that only hollow spirit state cultivators could comprehend. Moreover, only hollow spirit state cultivators with outstanding perception could touch the threshold of realm. Even Lin Shi, one of the 10 great young masters of the South Flat Continent, only managed to grasp a fragment of realm when he stepped into the middle hollow spirit state. Even Lin Shi was unable to use his realm, or it could be said that the power of his realm was too weak. Even a late-stage true spirit cultivator wouldn't be able to control it. Looking at the endless black light in front of him, it could be seen that Qin Fen's realm had already reached the initial stage. You've actually achieved the initial stage? How did you do it? Which sect are you a disciple of? Are you from a 9-star sect in the Eastfield continent? Lin Shi forgot that he was in danger and asked a series of questions. Qianfen didn't have the time to answer him. Taking advantage of this gap, he threw out 4 soul banners. The soul banners shot into the void and immediately enlarged. Finally, they pierced into the ground like 4 heavenly walls. I'm just an itinerant cultivator from the North Sand Continent, but it's enough to kill you. Qianfen purposely revealed his identity to anger Lin Shi. He knew that Lin Shi would definitely die. Or rather, if he didn't kill Lin Shi today, Qianfen wouldn't be able to stay in the South Flat Continent anymore. Gu Xiaoyao was one of the few 7-star sects in the South Flat Continent. If they wanted to kill him, there would probably be no place for him in the South Flat Continent anymore. When the formation of the ghost face soul banners was formed, Lin Shi suddenly woke up. His expression was so cold that water was about to drip out. His eyes were spewing fire, and the scimitar in his hand continuously slashed out, trying to break the ghost face soul banners. That scimitar was clearly a high-grade true weapon. However, Qianfen didn't pay attention to the scimitar. He noticed the ferocity of Lin Shi's saber technique. Every slash of his saber would produce a crescent saber chi that seemed to have a substance. However, the saber chi would automatically split in the air. By the time the attack landed, it had already split into hundreds of violent saber chi. Qianfen even thought that if he didn't use the ghost face soul banners to trap Lin Shi, would he be able to block such a ferocious and exquisite saber technique? After thinking about it, Qianfen shook his head firmly. Perhaps he could find the weakness of this splitting saber chi if he had more time. However, he definitely couldn't come up with any countermeasures in such a short period of time. The saber chi surged and collided with the 4 soul banners. Back then, the North sect leader by Xiaofeng had been trapped by the soul banners. However, when he attacked the soul banners, there was basically no movement. Now that Lin Shi's attacks were so ferocious, it could be seen that his strength far surpassed by Xiaofeng and the others. In fact, after a few waves of attacks, the 4 soul banners were showing obvious cracks. The restraints have failed? Qianfen suddenly came to a realization. Even when he used the restraints to trap by Xiaofeng and the others, they could open their eyes and speak, but they still couldn't move their bodies. However, this time the restraints had succeeded, but they didn't trap Lin Shi. Master, the power of the restraints changes according to Master's strength. After all, Master is only at true spirit realm for right now, but you're dealing with a late hollow god realm expert, so the effects of the restraints aren't obvious, Little Pig said. Qin Fun's expression changed drastically. He understood that it wasn't that the restraints had failed. In fact, the effects of the restraints still existed. The powerful strength that Lin Shi displayed now was the power of the restraints. Qin Fun didn't dare to imagine how powerful Lin Shi would be without the restraints of the restraints. Stinking brat, hurry up and let me out. We can write off our grudges. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. After a few rounds of attacks, the 4 soul banners were obviously damaged. However, Lin Shi's situation wasn't good either. He forcefully endured the restraints of the restraints to launch fierce attacks, causing a large amount of true essence to be consumed. How could Qin Fun let Lin Shi go? This guy was clearly the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing the river. Even if Lin Shi was telling the truth, Qin Fun had to kill him. Otherwise, Qin Fun wouldn't be able to stay in the South Flat Continent. There was no verbal reply, but a loud explosion sounded in the camp. Qin Fun held a dazzling long spear in his hand. However, in Lin Shi's eyes, it was an extremely strange weapon. It was this strange weapon that shot out lightning arcs, incomparably ferocious. In fact, it wasn't any weaker than the lightning released by the Class 7 Thunder Leopard. Crackle! The 100-mile light sniper seemed to hide endless lightning arcs. Instantly, dozens of lightning arcs descended. Before Lin Shi could react, a series of explosions sounded on his body. His white robes were torn to shreds. His elegant long hair draped over his shoulders. His skin was lacerated with countless wounds, and the scene of him dripping with blood made one's heart tremble. This was definitely the first time in Lin Shi's memory that he was beaten to such a sorry state. In the past, even some seniors with slightly higher cultivation levels would have to speak politely to him when they saw him. However, even though his lungs were about to explode, Lin Shi had no other choice. He was trapped by the restraints and the ghost-faced soul banner at the same time. Furthermore, there was also the surging and violent lightning arcs. If it was an ordinary void god realm intermediate stage cultivator, he would have long been blasted to death. Ayaya, how dare you offend the dignity of young Master Shi? Today you will die without a doubt. Lin Shi roared angrily and waved his hand, releasing a green light. After the light appeared, it quickly expanded into a barrier. The dozen or so lightning arcs exploded on the green barrier and disappeared along with it. Qin Fun was shocked. He saw that Lin Shi was holding a green leaf in his hand. The green leaf looked like a banana leaf, and Lin Shi had used it to create the green barrier. Qin Fun quickly discovered that it was not an ordinary green leaf. It was actually a leaf from a level 9 spirit herb, the 9-leaf banana. This spirit herb was very rare and could be used as the main ingredient for many level 9 and level 7 king pills. He had never expected that someone would use it to refine a powerful magic weapon. However, Qin Fun did not pay too much attention to the banana leaf. He knew that the leaf's endurance was limited, and he did not lack thunder and lightning at the moment. There was a large amount of thunder sources stored in the 2 energy tanks. The 100-mile light sniper kept firing, and for a moment the lightning arcs were like a sea. It was even more spectacular than the scene of a void god realm cultivator breaking through the thunder tribulation. When Yu Wanqiu, who was sitting on the grass a kilometer away, saw the sea of thunder in the sky, her eyes rolled to the ground. She knew that this was Qin Fun's attack, but she found it hard to accept. Under the violent and uninterrupted thunder strikes, even a magic weapon refined from a level 9 spirit herb would explode. When the banana leaf exploded, Lin Shi's body also exploded into ashes. Qin Fun immediately put away the ghost-faced soul banner. There were many cracks on it, so he placed it in the system's 10,000 treasure pavilion to be nurtured. The effects of the confinement strike had already disappeared, and the black light and energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius instantly disappeared. However, the thunder was still exploding in the open space. Qin Fin did not even take Lin, Xi's storage ring, or the fragment of the banana leaf. He immediately left with Yuan Qiu. After the two of them left for less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 5 figures landed. They looked at the place where the thunder had exploded and frowned. Something seems to have happened to Lin, Xi's disciple, a gray-haired old man said. His aura was as calm as the sea. Even if Qin Fin was here, he would definitely not be able to see through his realm. Which bastard dared to kill my beloved disciple? If I catch him, I will definitely burn his soul with heavenly fire. An old man in a black robe was furious. The surging aura on his body scared the level 7 thunder leopard, who was trapped to the side. It turned out that these 5 people were Gu Xiaoyao's people. The 2 who spoke were Gu Xiaoyao's elders, while the other 3 were disciples of the same group. Including Lin, Xi, Gu Xiaoyao's group of 6 had originally gone on this expedition. However, Lin, Xi had gotten separated on the way. When they found him, they sensed that Lin, Xi's real body had already exploded, and his 4 clones had also been destroyed. Chapter 1921. Huan Jin knew they were unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Ziyu said coldly, "Jiang Yi and Qianbei, we just came to the deeper region and didn't find any spirit herbs. Please leave us a way out." Jiang Yi glared at him and said unhappily, "Zhao Ziyu, I only want the herbs on those 5, not you. Why are you meddling?" Zhao Ziyu's face was troubled. "I personally organized these 5 to explore here. How can I sit back and do nothing?" Zhao Ziyu's attitude comforted the 5. No matter what the result was, they wouldn't have any prejudice against him. Jiang Yuan was clearly impatient. A powerful qi surged from his body. "I've long heard that the 100 Intentions sect's little elder Zhao Yu is a busybody. Today I've seen it for myself. But busybodies need strength too. Do you think you can stop us?" Lu Jiao immediately cupped her hands and said, "Jiang Yi and Qianbei, we're willing to hand over the spirit herbs we have. But the journey here was full of danger. We were lucky to barely make it to the deeper region. We didn't collect many spirit herbs," Censure added, "and the spirit herbs outside are all hidden among the poisonous plants. We can't tell them apart." Jiang Yuan didn't doubt Censure's words. They came from the outer region too. There were plants everywhere in the forest, but it was hard to tell which were poisonous and which were spirit herbs. "Cut the bullshit. Just hand over the spirit herbs in your storage ring. We don't want the rest." Knowing Jiang Yuan's intentions, they were relieved. They thought they were here to rob like the 1,000 Dragon Gang, but it didn't seem like a robbery. Who would just rob spirit herbs? Speaking of spirit herbs, Lu Jiao and the others weren't pill refiners. They didn't have many spirit herbs on them. Even if they gave them all away, they wouldn't feel bad. Qin Feng, on the other hand, cursed inwardly. He had the most spirit herbs in his storage ring. But soon he calmed down and gave up on the idea of a sneak attack. The 2-body condensation state, cultivator's true essence, was as strong as the ocean. Qin Feng knew a sneak attack wouldn't work. Although there were a lot of spiritual herbs, Qin Feng threw them into the astral world space. This space didn't belong to the divine supreme continent. Even true form realm cultivators might not be able to sense it, let alone Jiang Yuan, who was at the body condensation realm. Huan Jin knew that the 4 of them had already handed over the spirit grass. The amount that the 4 of them had added together didn't even amount to 1% of the spirit grass that Qin Feng had collected. What they didn't expect was that Zhao Ziyu also took out all the spirit herbs from her storage ring, which made everyone feel gratified once again. "Since everyone has handed over the spirit grass, I won't keep it either. I wasn't able to protect everyone. Please forgive me." Zhao Ziyu cupped his fists toward Shiyu and the others, and everyone immediately returned the courtesy. Qin Feng was the only one who had yet to hand over the spiritual grass. Jiang Yan had even forgotten about him because his cultivation was the lowest among the crowd. Lu Jiao and Zhao Ziyu, who were at the empty god realm, did not hand over many spiritual grass. Therefore, Qin Feng must have taken out even less. However, a voice came from the crowd behind Jiang Yan. "Ha! What's your name? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" A person walked out from the Jiang family's group. He was only at the empty god realm level 2, but when this person walked out, Qin Feng instantly became nervous. "This is Qiao Feng." Zhao Ziyu stood out and introduced him, intentionally blocking Qin Feng behind him. Jiang Yan sensed that something was wrong and asked, "Jiang Fei, what's wrong?" Jiang Fei stared at Qin Feng and sized him up. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Their auras are similar, but their looks are completely different. Their names aren't right, and their cultivation levels are too different. It seems like I've been too suspicious." Jiang Fei retreated. Jiang Yan remembered that Qin Feng had yet to hand over the spirit grass. She shouted coldly, "What are you standing there for? Hand over your storage ring." Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. When Jiang Fei walked out, he was even prepared to escape at any time. This Jiang Fei was none other than the enemy Qin Feng met in the ancient battlefield when he went to the Purple Cloud Valley secret area in the North Sand region. At that time, Elder Han Xin of the Xian medical sect, William O of the Invincible sect, Protector Chongyu of the Thunder sect, Zhang Baishan of the Tai sect of the South Pingzhou, Husui, and Jiang Fei had joined forces to deceive Qin Feng into breaking the Great Seven Stars formation. They had wanted to use Qin Feng as a sacrifice for the formation. Unexpectedly, 5 of them were killed by Qin Feng, and Jiang Fei had escaped. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Qin Feng didn't expect to meet Jiang Fei again in the South Plain region. He had appeared as Qin Feng then, but now he was Qiao Feng. No wonder Jiang Fei didn't recognize him. At the same time, Qin Feng was shocked. In less than a year, Jiang Fei had broken through from true Spirit Realm 7 to Nihility God Realm Level 2. However, when he thought about how Jiang Fei was a disciple of the Jiang family, a 6-star sect in the South Flat continent, Qin Feng understood. Qin Feng handed over his storage ring. The treasures in the ring had been taken away long ago, and there were only some low-grade treasures left. Even a Buddha's light cultivator wouldn't be interested in them, let alone Jiang Yan, who was at the body condensation realm. As expected, when Jiang Yan scanned Qin Feng's storage ring with her spiritual sense, she scolded, "You are indeed a pauper. What's the difference between you and a beggar? I'll return your storage ring." Qin Feng didn't care about Jiang Yan's sarcasm. He was a little confused. Although Jiang Yan was complaining, she still took away tens of level 2 and level 3 spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to move these spiritual herbs. He believed that with Jiang Yan's experience, she wouldn't even take these low-grade spiritual herbs. Wouldn't that lower her status? In the end, she took all of them. Qin Feng couldn't understand why. What a bunch of ants. What a waste of my time. After taking everyone's spiritual herbs, Jiang Yan grumbled and took the lead to fly into the distance. The rest of the disciples immediately followed. In just a few breaths, only Qin Feng and the others were left in the empty valley. A bunch of shameless people, bullying others with their power. After taking the spiritual herbs, they still made sarcastic remarks. The seniors of some 6-star sects are really disappointing. After everyone left, sure you couldn't help but complain. Huan Jinji was puzzled. "Senior Zhao, why did those people take away everyone's spiritual herbs? Is that Jiang Yuan an alchemist?" Everyone looked at Zhao Ziyu in confusion. He said, "Jiang Yuan isn't an alchemist, and the Jiang family that floats on water isn't an alchemist family either. As for why they took away everyone's spiritual herbs, I don't understand either. The others were even more depressed. Even Qin Feng didn't know what was going on. Anyway, everyone's spiritual herbs aren't of high grade. It's worth it to trade them for a life. Now that we're in the deeper regions of the 10,000 Insect Valley, let's see if we can find some treasures. Zhao Ziyu could only comfort them like this. The few of them quickly composed themselves and started moving around in the deeper regions of the 10,000 Insect Valley. They were in a large valley with towering mountains on both sides. The valley's passageway was very narrow, as if the mountains on both sides were originally one mountain, but someone had split a crack in the middle. The valley's path was rugged, and the deeper regions of the 10,000 Insect Valley also had a flight restriction formation. It was impossible to fly, so they could only carefully walk on the uneven road. Everyone look. There's a level 6 ancient cloud flower, Lu Jiao exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw a snow-white cloud-like plant growing in the crack at the foot of the mountain. It made the air there feel fresh and clean. After experiencing so many poisonous plants in the outer regions, no one dared to pick that ancient cloud flower. However, Qin Feng could tell at a glance that the cloud-shaped plant in the crack was undoubtedly an ancient cloud flower. Not long ago, he had used an ancient cloud flower to refine an ancient luo pill in the secret medicinal valley of the 6th palace. It should be an ancient cloud flower. I'll go pick it. Qin Feng walked over. The few of them immediately wanted to stop him, but they realized that Qin Feng was very skilled at picking spirit plants. Before they could say anything, Qin Feng had already returned with the ancient cloud flower. It really is an ancient cloud flower. This is the main spirit plant for refining ancient luo pills. I heard that ancient luo pills are a rare type of miraculous pill. There are very few pill refiners in the South Flat continent who can refine such pills. Ancient luo pills are very special and can strengthen a hollow spirit realm cultivator's clone, Zhao Ziyu said. Qin Feng had ancient luo pills on him. They were a type of level 5 and level 7 king pills that he had refined using medicinal ingredients from the Medicinal Valley's secret realm. At that time, he hadn't realized how powerful ancient luo pills were. Now he understood that when a hollow spirit realm cultivator advanced to the body condensation realm, 9 clones would fuse and then condense into a new body. The stronger the clones at the hollow spirit realm, the stronger the new body would be. It seemed that ancient luo pills were miraculous pills for advancing to the body condensation realm. It really is an ancient cloud flower. This is a level 6 spirit herb. We finally have our first harvest, Shiryu shouted in surprise. Tseng Yi hurriedly said, "This ancient cloud flower has 8 petals. According to what we said before, Senior Zhao and Senior Lu will get 2 each. The 4 of us will get 1 each, just enough to distribute the petals." Huan Jin said, "I agree with Tsang Yi's suggestion." The others also agreed. Thus, the level 6 ancient cloud flower was quickly distributed by everyone. When there was an additional level 6 spirit herb in the storage ring, everyone was overjoyed. Although everyone would only get 1 petal, the value of the petal was not to be underestimated. Only Qin Feng was calm. Level 6 spirit herbs no longer piqued his interest. He had more than 30 types of level 6 spirit herbs in his storage ring. After obtaining the ancient cloud flower, everyone immediately became spirited and prepared to continue exploring. They saw a small flying insect fly out from the crack at the foot of the mountain where the ancient cloud flowers grew. At first, no one paid attention to the flying insect that was only the size of a fingernail, but when hundreds and thousands of flying insects flew out from the crack in an instant, the expressions of the few people changed drastically. "Senior Zhao, what are these?" Rumor has it that there are many spiritual insects in the 1000 Insect Valley. Did we encounter spiritual insects? Hearing that it was a spiritual insect, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The spiritual insects on the divine supreme continent had different uses. For example, the spirit-seeking insect that Qin Feng got from the system could search for treasures. There was also a type of poison-devouring insect that could devour the toxins in a cultivator's body. Zhao Ziyu's expression turned serious. He hurriedly shouted, "Not good! These are spirit-devouring insects. Everyone run." Chapter 1922. Huan Jinji and the others were puzzled when they heard about the spirit-swallowing insects. They had no idea what they were. But in the next second, they realized the terror of these insects even without Zhao Ziyu's explanation. At this time, tens of thousands of little flying insects flew out from the mountain crevice, forming a black fog in midair. They rushed to the stone crevice where the ancient cloud flower grew, and the stone pile immediately became dim. The spirit energy stored inside was sucked away, and like a fossil, it dissipated with the wind. What kind of insects are these? Why are they so terrifying? Shi Yu's legs were trembling. He was the closest to the ancient cloud flower. As soon as he finished speaking, countless spirit-swallowing insects formed a black fog and moved over. They flew extremely fast, and when Shi Yu came to his senses, he was already covered by the black fog. Even his body and face could not be seen clearly. "Brother Shi Yu, be careful." Zhao Ziyu's expression changed, and he immediately slashed at the void. The sword ray flew over the top of the stonefish's head, obviously afraid of hurting it. However, although the sword Qi seemed fierce, it only cut the black fog in half. A moment later, the gap was immediately filled up by the spirit-devouring insects. "Ah, my gold spirit armor was swallowed in an instant. Save me!" Stonefish's shriek came from the black fog. His voice was filled with terror. Stonefish was not a coward, but the swarm of flying insects was too terrifying. Anyone would panic if they were surrounded by them. Stonefish was not a coward, but he was terrified. Lu Jiao and Fan Yi also came to their senses, and they immediately attacked the swarm of flying insects. A large number of spirit-swallowing insects fell to the ground and were killed by the sword light. However, more insects flew out from the crevice, like moths flying into a flame, and gathered around Shi Yu. "Brother Shi Yu, I'm afraid we can't save him. Rumor has it that the spirit-swallowing insects are ranked 25th on the divine continent's spirit insect list. They are born in groups, and they will attack any spiritual body they encounter until they absorb all the spiritual energy in the spiritual body. I guess these spirit-seeking insects were originally attached to the roots of the ancient cloud flower to absorb the spiritual energy inside. In the end, we picked the ancient cloud flower and released these insects." Zhao Ziyu quickly introduced the situation of the spirit-swallowing worm, and everyone was horrified after listening. A cultivator's body was almost full of spiritual qi, and even his internal organs and blood contained spiritual qi. These spirit-swallowing worms would never let go of a trace of spiritual qi. Wouldn't they devour people completely? This was simply a group of demons who would devour people without spitting out the bones. Despair rose in the eyes of Zhao Ziyu and the others. They didn't dare to look at the stone fish anymore. Although they couldn't bear to do it, they had to give up on the stone fish. Otherwise, they would become the next target after the spirit-swallowing worms devoured all the stone fish. "Brother Stonefish, I'm sorry. We really can't save you. If we stay, we'll all die." Zhao Ziyu sighed. The next moment, he shouted to the others with a resolute expression. "The depths of the 10,000 insect valley are too dangerous. Everyone follow me and leave." They ran far away in an instant, but Qin Feng was still standing in his original spot. Zhao Ziyu stopped and hurriedly shouted, "Young Hero Qiao, let's go, there's nothing we can do." The rest of them also stopped, their eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, the voice of the stone fish came from the black fog again. "Young Hero Qiao, let's go." "I, Stonefish, am not a coward and won't implicate my friends. These spiritual insects are more terrifying than demons. The 6 spiritual armors on my body have all been devoured. I'm afraid that in a few seconds my whole body will disappear." Qin Feng still didn't move. He had been thinking about how to deal with the spirit-swallowing worms. He wanted to take out the ranged sniper and shoot it, but he was afraid of accidentally injuring the stone fish. He also thought of burning it with heavenly fire, but if these spiritual insects were flammable, the heavenly fire would also burn the stone fish. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feng still couldn't think of a practical way. Just when he was at a loss of what to do, an ancient cloud flower leaf flew out of the black fog. At the same time, the stone fish shouted, "Young Hero Qiao, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid I'm going to die. This leaf of a level 6 spiritual herb is for you." The ancient cloud flower leaf floated like a white cloud, and the situation suddenly changed. The spirit-swallowing worms that had gathered into a dense black cloud flew towards the ancient cloud flower leaves in a frenzy. Stonefish's figure appeared once again. His clothes had been devoured clean, revealing a body covered in blood. "I'm not dead?" The stonefish was still in shock. Zhao Ziyu and the others who hadn't gone far immediately rushed back, and the other 3 protected the stonefish. Zhao Ziyu's sword missed, and a huge sword qi condensed and exploded in the black fog. A large number of spirit-swallowing bugs died, but even more spirit-swallowing bugs flew towards the ancient cloud flower like mindless ghosts. "Young Hero Qiao, leave quickly." Zhao Ziyu saw a trace of hope. However, he saw Qin Feng standing at the foot of the mountain, less than 10 meters away from the black fog. He looked like he was deep in thought, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Ziyu shout. This scene caused Huan Jinji and the others to break into a cold sweat. Perhaps only Qin Feng could stand so calmly under the swarm of spirit-swallowing insects. They were even more curious about what Qin Feng was thinking. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even care about his own life. But before they could guess Qin Feng's thoughts, the black fog moved again, clearly swallowing all the spirit qi in the ancient cloudflower leaf. Everyone had just received an ancient cloudflower leaf, so they knew how much spirit qi was contained in the leaf. It could be seen how fast the swarm of spirit-swallowing worms were swallowing spirit qi. Not good. The swarm of spirit-swallowing worms is flying toward young Hero Qiao. AI. Young Hero Qiao is one of the few genius cultivators I've seen, reaching the middle stage of the true spirit realm at such a young age. It's a pity that he was too confident and didn't guard against the spirit-swallowing worms. What a pity. Senior Zhao, what should we do now? They were certain that Qin Feng was dead, although they really wanted to save him. How could they? Zhao Ziyu sighed in his heart. Among the 5 of them, Qin Feng was the one he had the deepest feelings for. After all, Qin Feng had saved his life in front of the blood-eyed poison spider. Now that he had to watch Qin Feng die in front of him, the feeling was unbearable. AI, let's go. In the end, Zhao Ziyu let out a long sigh and fled with a swing of his sleeves. When he ran to the others, he found that they were all motionless and staring at one direction in shock. When Zhao Ziyu turned around, his old eyes almost fell to the ground. The swarm of spirit-swallowing worms had already flown above Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng calmly took out an ancient cloudflower leaf and threw it casually. The swarm of spirit-swallowing worms immediately flew toward the leaf. As expected, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had discovered the secret of the spirit-swallowing worms. At the same time, Qin Feng also understood why the Jiang family only robbed the spiritual herbs. It was because the spiritual herbs could attract the spirit-swallowing worms and lead them to other places. What's going on? I think I understand. The spirit-swallowing worms swallow spirit qi in order. They will first swallow the spirit body with the densest spirit qi. Zhao Ziyu said in shock. The others revealed a look of realization, but Lu Jiao frowned and said, "That's not right. If they first swallow the spirit body with the densest spirit qi, then the spirit qi in young Hero Chao's body will definitely be denser than that of an ancient cloud flower leaf. Zhao Ziyu's eyebrows relaxed, and the solemn expression disappeared. He even laughed heartily. Haha, young Hero Chao is really amazing. He's definitely the smartest and most courageous person I've ever seen among my peers. Junior sister Lu is right. Logically speaking, the spirit-swallowing worms should swallow young Hero Chao first. However, you may not have noticed that young Hero Chao has already suppressed the spirit qi in his body. It's definitely his first time seeing the spirit-swallowing worms, and in such a short time he figured out the way to deal with the spirit-swallowing worms. He can still think calmly in a life and death situation. Even I am ashamed of myself. After Zhao Ziyu's explanation, the crowd was stunned. They had always regarded Qin Feng as the person with the lowest cultivation. Everyone wanted to help Qin Feng when they were in danger. In the end, along the way, it was Qin Feng who saved everyone from danger. Even the formation door that led to the depths of the Thousand Insect Valley was set up by Qin Feng. Qin Feng realized that he had made the right bet and let out a long sigh of relief. He was not as brave as Zhao Ziyu said, because he had the astral space with him. He had already prepared for the worst. If his guess was wrong, he would immediately hide in the astral space. At that time, he would not worry about the astral space being exposed. If he had made the right bet, Zhao Ziyu and the other 4 would have died here. Luckily, I made the right bet, Qin Feng muttered in his heart. However, he was immediately shocked when he realized that the spirit-swallowing worm's devouring speed was too terrifying. An ancient cloud flower's leaf was completely devoured in less than half an incense stick's time. Young Hero Chao, come here quickly. Seeing this, Huan Jinji hurriedly shouted. However, Zhao Ziyu had already moved. He slapped his skinny palm, and an ancient cloud flower's leaf flew far into the sky. The spirit-swallowing worms that were chasing Qin Feng instantly changed their direction and flew toward the ancient cloud flower like a dark cloud. Looks like Senior Zhao was right. Let's quickly suppress the true vitality in our bodies, Lu Jiao said anxiously. Criticism seemed to have thought of something and shouted, I know. No wonder the Jiang family of the 6-star big family. Drifting on water would rob us and only the spiritual herbs. They must have also encountered the spirit-swallowing worms and found a way to deal with them. Everyone nodded and agreed with criticism's idea. Immediately, everyone revealed a distressed expression. Based on the current situation, there were probably countless spirit-swallowing bugs in the deeper regions of the 10,000 Insect Valley, and they had only found one ancient cloud flower in the 10,000 Insect Valley. Now that they had used up all 3 flower leaves, if they continued to explore like this, they would not find any treasures, and in the end, they would lose all their treasures. Oh no, we've given all our spiritual herbs to the Jiang family. If we encounter the spirit-swallowing worms again, won't we just be waiting for death? Sure, you realize the severity of the problem. Why don't we leave this place? This is not a place for cultivators below the Hollow God realm. I suspect that even body condensation stage cultivators will die here. Huan Jinji wanted to retreat. Zhao Ziyu also did not plan to continue exploring. After all, there were only 5 ancient cloud flower leaves left. It was not enough for the spirit-swallowing worms to eat. Chapter 1923. It seems that the 1000 Insect Valley probably has level 9 spiritual herbs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spirit-devouring worms. However, it's impossible for us to get level 9 spiritual herbs with our strength. Let's leave with me. After some thought, Zhao Ziyu made a decision. Although Lu Jiao and the others were unwilling, they had to compromise in the face of reality. Just as they were about to go back, Qin Feng said, Since we found the depths of the Insect Valley, it's a pity to return empty-handed. Why don't we keep searching? Maybe we'll find some treasures and opportunities. They were tempted, but they calmed down quickly. Stonefish advised, "Young Hero Chow, we understand your intention, but you've seen how terrifying those spirit-devouring bugs are. Now that everyone's spiritual herbs have been taken, we'll die if we stay." Qin Feng smiled. "Don't worry about spiritual herbs. I have a lot of them here. Besides, spirit-devouring bugs not only devour spiritual herbs, but also anything with spiritual energy. We can lure them away with spirit stones." The others were enlightened. They were also frightened by the terror of the spirit-devouring bug, so much so that everyone lost the ability to think. Now that Qin Feng said this, everyone's thoughts cleared up. Yes, we can use spirit stones to lure the bugs away. It's said that there are many spiritual bugs in the insect valley, not just spirit-devouring bugs. What should we do if we encounter other spiritual bugs? There aren't many spiritual insects on the divine supreme continent that can attack. Not every spiritual insect is as terrifying as the spirit-devouring insect. I think young Hero Chow's suggestion is good. We're here to look for treasures. I'm not willing to leave without getting anything. Then let's keep searching. We'll leave if we encounter any danger. They discussed among themselves and finally reached an agreement to continue exploring the depths of the valley. This time, Qin Feng volunteered to lead the team. In fact, he was familiar with the spiritual bugs on the divine continent. He even had a spirit-seeking bug in the system, so he wasn't as worried about the spiritual bugs as the others. He was more worried about the threats from the Jiang family. After a while, another wave of spirit-devouring bugs appeared, but there were fewer of them than last time. They were lured away by a level 4 spiritual herb that Qin Feng threw out. When they reached the depths of the valley, they saw many cultivators. They didn't greet each other and hurried on their way. Obviously, they were afraid of the spiritual bugs in the insect valley. Wow, the spiritual qi here is so rich. Be careful, everyone. Places with dense spirit qi can easily attract spirit-devouring insects. Before they knew it, they had passed through the canyon and arrived at the bottom of a spacious valley. The bottom of the valley was boundless and there were many caves. At this time, there were hundreds of teams exploring the empty valley, and many of them were walking towards those caves. "Senior Zhao, are we going to enter the cave as well?" Huan Jinji was a little worried. Censure said, "It's certain that there are treasures in the caves. Otherwise, other cultivators wouldn't take the risk to go in. However, these caves look narrow and dark. If spirit-swallowing worms appear in these caves, they'll definitely die." "You're right, Brother Censure. But since we're already here, I think we should find a cave to explore," Zhao Ziyu decided. Although the others looked worried, they still chose to continue exploring in the end. As they were discussing, Qin Fin was observing the situation of the other teams of cultivators entering the cave. Those cultivators did not directly enter. Instead, they waited outside the cave for a long time. Zhao Ziyu chose a cave nearby and was about to lead everyone in, but Qin Fin stopped him. "Senior Zhao, please wait." Everyone immediately stopped. Although Qin Fin had the lowest cultivation level in the group, he had become everyone's backbone after what had happened. "Young Hero Qiao, did you find anything?" Zhao Ziyu asked. Qin Feng took out a stalk of 100 Immortals flower. It was a level 7 spirit herb that Yuanqiu had given him. He had refined the spirit cleansing pill for Yuanqiu, and he had left 100 Immortals flower leaf for her. When the leaf landed on the rocks at the cave's entrance, Zhao Ziyu and the others' eyes lit up. The 100 Immortals flower leaf was rich with spiritual qi, and it instantly formed a small spiritual qi whirlpool at the cave's entrance. Although some of them could not recognize it as a 100 Immortals flower, they could tell that it was at least a level 7 spirit herb. The ancient cloud flower they had obtained not long ago was only a level 6 spirit herb. "Young Hero Qiao, you have a level 7 spirit herb, the 100 Immortals flower?" Zhao Ziyu asked in surprise. Huan Jinji and the others were even more shocked. Only now did they realize that it was a 100 Immortals flower leaf. Zhao Ziyu and the others were not the only ones shocked. The rich spiritual qi emitted by the 100 Immortals flower had attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. A level 7 spirit herb was extremely precious in the South Flat continent. Many cultivators came to explore in search of level 7 spirit herbs. Qin Fun's action of throwing out 100 Immortals flower leaf was truly shocking. Oh no! Young Hero Qiao, quickly put away the 100 Immortals flower leaf, Zhao Ziyu said anxiously. The others also realized the severity of the situation. They could not understand Qin Fun's actions. Why did he throw out 100 Immortals flower leaf at the cave's entrance? Was he showing off? Of course, Qin Fun was not showing off. If he really wanted to show off, he could have taken out the 3 level 8 spirit herbs that Akka had given him. The reason why he did this was because he had seen through the actions of the other groups of cultivators. Those cultivators would throw out some spirit herbs before entering the cave. Their goal was obviously to attract the spirit-swallowing worms, just as Qin Fun had guessed. Although those cultivators coveted the 100 Immortals flower leaf, no one came to fight for it. The 1,000 Insect Valley was filled with danger. No one wanted to cause trouble. Even if Qin Fun's group was not strong, they still had Zhao Ziyu and Lu Jiao, 2 nihility gods, with them. There should be no problem with this cave. Let's go in. After waiting for an incense stick's time, Qin Fun put away the 100 Immortals flower. The reason why he took out the level 7 spirit herb to attract the spirit-swallowing worms was to save time. At the same time, Qin Fun felt lucky. He had originally planned to use the crescent grass, purple golden bamboo, and ma sanxian to attract the spirit-swallowing worms. Now, it seemed that once he took out the level 8 spirit herb, the other groups of cultivators would come to snatch it at all costs. After saying that, Qin Fun took the lead and walked into the cave. The others were still stunned at the entrance of the cave. Zhao Ziyu showed an admiring smile. He had already understood Qin Fun's actions. The cave was narrow and dark, but the temperature was much higher than the big valley outside. However, Qin Fun did not care about this. As long as there were no spirit-swallowing worms in the cave, it would be fine. Young Hero Qiao, I feel that this cave is a bit strange. Let's go out, shall we? After walking for a long time, the temperature in the cave was getting higher and higher. It had even reached 100 degrees. Even the air seemed to be vaporized. Everyone's clothes were melted. Now, they were all wearing spiritual armors to protect their bodies. Even the low-level spiritual armors were somewhat deformed. Qin Fun had long realized that the cave was abnormal. Such a high temperature must be caused by something. The first thing he thought of was the unusual flame, but he did not feel a trace of the unusual flame. Because of the spirit sunflower and purple flame, this temperature was no pressure for Qin Fun. However, he had to consider the feelings of the others. He was afraid that if they continued to walk like this, Huanjin and the other true spirit realm cultivators would not be able to hold on. Just when Qin Fun was hesitating whether to let the others go out and wait, a ball of flame rushed out from the depths of the cave. The surrounding temperature instantly rose, and even the rock walls on both sides were roasted red. Not good, there's something inside. Zhao Ziyu was the first to realize the danger. Huanjin and the others who were walking behind had already turned around and fled. Halfway through, they turned around and found that Qin Fun was still standing in the distance. They were so scared that they immediately shouted, "Young Hero Qiao, quickly run!" Could this be the unusual flame? Why is it so fierce? Zhao Ziyu stopped less than 5 meters behind Qin Fun and clearly saw the shape of the ball of flame. This is definitely not the unusual flame, and it is said that unusual flames will not take the initiative to attack people. Most of them will run away when they see people. Although it was not the unusual flame, everyone felt the fierceness of this ball of flame. Just when they were at a loss of what to do, they heard Qin Fun shout, "I know, these are not flames, they are fire spirit insects." Hearing fire spirit insects, Zhao Ziyu's expression changed greatly. He looked at the flying flames again, and this time he finally found something strange. The flames seemed to be made up of countless small flames, and each small flame was only the size of a pinky. If one looked closely, they were not small flames at all, but flying insects that looked like burning flames. It really is a fire spirit insect. It is said that this kind of insect will not take the initiative to attack cultivators. What is going on? Zhao Ziyu could not explain the situation in front of him, but he had no time to think because the group of fire spirit insects had already flown above Qin Fen's head. Qin Fen knew that they were fire spirit insects from Little Pig, but he did not know anything about them. After hearing Zhao Ziyu's words, his eyes lit up and he suddenly had a guess. These fire spirit insects attacked first because they were guarding something, and the arrival of Qin Fen and the others made the fire spirit insects think that they were invaders. These thoughts flashed through Qin Fen's mind, and he quickly calmed down. Whether his guess was right or not, the most important thing now was to deal with the fire spirit insects. He immediately threw out the 100 immortal flower, but the fire spirit insects did not seem to see it and surrounded Qin Fen without stopping. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Qin Fen's body seemed to be ignited by flames, and he had turned into a man of fire. Seeing that the 100 immortal flower had no effect, Qin Fen realized that the fire spirit insects and the spirit-swallowing bugs had different attacking methods. The spirit-swallowing bugs devoured spiritual qi, but the fire spirit insects relied on their high temperature to burn cultivators. Perhaps a true spirit or even a hollow god realm cultivator would be burned to death by this group of fire spirit insects. But Qin Fen was not afraid of fire at all because he had subdued 2 types of heaven and earth unique flames. Sizzle! With a thought, a ball of blue flame rose. When the spirit sunflower appeared, it was surrounded by countless fire spirit insects. The blue flame was like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea, and it looked like it could be swallowed at any time. But the fire spirit insects on Qin Fen's body began to fly away in large numbers, and the last blue flame shot out. When Zhao Ziyu and the others saw it, they cried out in shock. Chapter 1924. What is that blue flame? Sure, you were surprised. The temperature has increased again. Even the walls of the cave have melted. Heavenly flame? Could this be the heavenly flame, spirit, sunflower, ranked 20th on the divine continent? Zhao Ziyu shouted. Heavenly fire, spirit, sunflower? When Zhao Ziyu shouted out the identity of the blue flame, the entire cave suddenly quieted down. They felt a chill, even forgetting the high temperature around them. They couldn't imagine how Qin Fen managed to obtain the heavenly fire spirit sunflower. This kind of heavenly fire could only be found by chance. Even if a normal cultivator was lucky enough to encounter it, they wouldn't be able to subdue it. Qin Fen was only in the true spirit realm, so how could he have subdued the spirit sunflower flame? Or perhaps, when he had subdued the spirit sunflower flame, he definitely did not have the strength he had now. But the truth was right in front of them. That deep blue flame completely penetrated through, like a sunflower blooming in the air above the cave. If it wasn't the famous spirit sunflower of the heavenly flames, then what was it? When the spirit sunflower appeared, the group of fire spirit insects became extremely excited and surrounded the heavenly fire. Suddenly, a consciousness appeared in Qin Feng's mind. That consciousness seemed to be connected to the fire spirit bug outside. When he used his consciousness to issue an order, the fire spirit bug acted. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for collecting the fire spirit bug. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 hedonist points. Host Qin Feng's total hedonist points 1,329,000. The system notification suddenly sounded. Qin Feng understood that the consciousness was the fire spirit bug that he had subdued. Soon, Qin Feng discovered that he had only subdued one fire spirit bug, and this fire spirit bug's position was the same as the alpha wolf and the alpha sheep. It was the leader of the fire spirit bugs. Young Hero Chow, let's leave this place quickly. The crowd had already recovered from the shock of the heavenly fire. Seeing that the swarm of fire spirit insects had temporarily stopped, a few people started to remind Qin Feng. But how could Qin Feng leave? Not to mention that he had already subdued the leader of the fire spirit insects. Even if he hadn't subdued it, he planned to use the spirit sunflower flame to open a path. According to his conjecture, these fire spirit insects wouldn't appear in this cave out of nowhere. There must be some treasure hidden in the depths of the cave. Everyone, don't be afraid. I've already used my heaven fire to suppress these fire spirit insects. They are temporarily under my control. Qin Feng didn't say that he had subdued the leader of the fire spirit insects because he didn't want to scare everyone. But even so, the few of them were still shocked. Controlling the fire spirit bugs? How did he do it? Young Hero Chow, are you sure you can control those fire spirit bugs? Zhao Ziyu found it hard to accept. Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and he ordered the fire spirit insect leader to lead the way into the depths of the cave. Immediately, the fiery swarm of insects flew away, illuminating the originally dark cave path. Senior Zhao, don't worry. I've really controlled these bugs. Actually, Qin Feng didn't need to explain too much. When they saw the fire spirit bug flying at a constant speed towards the depths of the cave, everyone knew that Qin Feng was speaking the truth. The truth was right in front of them, but they still couldn't figure out how Qin Feng did it. They carefully followed him, completely treating Qin Feng as their backbone. Soon, someone realized that the temperature in the cave had dropped. Although it was still above 60 degrees Celsius, it was much better than the ultra-high temperature of a few hundred degrees Celsius before. This was also Qin Feng's order. He asked the fire spirit bug leader to retract its aura, so all the fire spirit bugs suppressed their auras. After walking for an hour, they finally saw an empty cave abode. At this time, the spirit-seeking bug in the system sent a strong signal. Qin Feng immediately realized that his guess was right. There was really a treasure hidden in this cave. This cave abode is so big, there might be treasures. Let's split up and search. After seeing the cave abode, everyone became excited. Under Shi Yu's suggestion, Zhao Ziyu and the others began to move. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to search. With the spirit-seeking bug, he was least worried about not being able to find treasures. He was observing the surrounding environment to see if there were any hidden dangers. After a round of inspection, he didn't find any concealment formation or unfamiliar auras. Qin Feng was relieved and searched according to the senses of the spirit-seeking bug. Soon, Shi Yu's shout came from the cave abode. I found a level 6 fire stone flower. His voice echoed in the cave, and everyone could hear it. Level 6 firestone flower was a kind of refining material, and it was also considered a rare treasure outside. Suddenly, everyone became alert. Shi Yu's discovery meant that there was indeed a treasure hidden in this cave abode, and it was impossible that there was only a level 6 firestone flower. Sure enough, after a while, a few people's excited voices came out. I found a few fire pearls. Are there any cultivators with fire spiritual roots among us, or those who practice fire attribute techniques? These fire pearls are good stuff. I have 3 fire dragon grasses in this small cave abode. These are level 6 spiritual grasses. I found a fire sword martial technique. Its level seems to be quite high. The more everyone searched, the more excited they became. Good news kept coming out. At this moment, everyone was glad that they didn't leave halfway. They were grateful to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng hadn't persuaded everyone halfway, how could they have obtained so many treasures now? However, they soon discovered that these treasures were all fire attribute items. Whether it was spiritual grasses, refining materials, or cultivation methods and martial techniques. Where did young Hero Chow go? Why didn't I hear his voice? When they calmed down from their excitement, everyone realized the situation. Just now, everyone shouted that they found treasures, but Qin Feng didn't make a sound. So they began to shout Qin Feng's name, but there was no response. Qin Feng was standing in a small, closed cave abode. He couldn't hear the shouts outside, or he would have responded immediately. This closed cave abode was not originally sealed. When Qin Feng found it by following the spirit-seeking bug, the cave entrance was sealed by itself. The cave was filled with fiery red stones. Qin Feng didn't know what they were, but the temperature inside was extremely high. Qin Feng guessed that it was at least 1,000 degrees. If a true spirit cultivator came in, they would be instantly melted. As soon as Qin Feng entered the cave, he used the spirit sunflower heavenly fire to form a barrier around him. Even with the protection of the heavenly fire, he still felt extremely hot, as if his body was burning. "Little pig, what are these stones?" Qin Feng quickly found the reason for the high temperature inside the cave abode. It was most likely related to the red stones piled up on the ground. It was the first time he saw these stones on the divine supreme continent. Although they were similar to the fire spirit stones he collected in Poison Sun City, Qin Feng knew that they were definitely not fire spirit stones. "Master, it must be the fire spirit crystal." Little Pig's eyes lit up. "Fire spirit crystal? What is that?" The fire spirit crystal is the sublimated crystallization of fire spirit stones, just like the relationship between spirit crystals and spirit stones. After Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng completely understood. He knew that a spirit crystal was extremely precious. At least 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones were needed to sublimate and condense a spirit crystal. Chapter 1925. When Qin Feng learned that the red stones in front of him were all spiritual crystals of fire, he was shocked. He knew that spiritual stones of fire were very useful for cultivators with fire spiritual root or practicing fire attribute cultivation methods. So spiritual crystals of fire were even more precious in the eyes of those cultivators. Now Qin Feng only had more than 1,000 spiritual crystals, which he found on the Life Mountain on the 0th floor of the 13th Palace. Although spiritual crystals were different from spiritual crystals of fire, they were both cultivation resources, and the conditions for their formation were equally harsh. Spiritual crystals of fire required materials of fire attribute to refine, so the process of sublimation and condensation was even more complicated than that of spiritual crystals. Looking around, there were at least 10,000 spiritual crystals of fire in this small cave dwelling. Even Qin Feng, a local tyrant in the cultivation world, was shocked by such rich resources. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While he was shocked, a buzzing sound came from the small cave dwelling, which was less than 30 square meters, like the sound of bees flapping their wings. Qin Feng woke up immediately and was shocked by the scene in front of him. A large number of fire spirit insects flew out of nowhere. These insects gathered together and looked like a large group of burning flames. The temperature in the cave suddenly rose, and the rock walls were burning red. After less than half an hour, the molten rocks dripped down from above, and the cave became like a cave of fire. Some of the lava landed on Qin Feng's body and made a sizzling sound, burning a few large holes in his clothes. He hurriedly put on a set of high-grade spirit armor and circulated his true essence to protect his body at the same time. When true essence appeared around his body, it was burned by the extremely high temperature in the cave abode until it became illusory, and he felt as if the space had become distorted. What powerful fire spiritual insects! The level of the fire spiritual insects in this cave dwelling is definitely higher than those in the cave. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. After the group of fire spiritual insects appeared, they all landed on the spiritual crystals of fire on the ground. Qin Feng realized that these fire spiritual insects had been living in this cave dwelling for a long time to survive and evolve by absorbing the fire attribute energy in the spiritual crystals of fire. Previously, he had used the spirit sunflower to subdue a fire spirit insect leader. At this time, he brought out the spirit sunflower sky fire, but after the sky fire appeared, it was surrounded by countless fire spirit insects. The dense spirit insects were like a burning fireball, and the spirit sunflower blue fire in the fireball could not be seen at all. After waiting for a while, he did not see the spirit sunflower break through the fire spirit insects and come out of the fireball. Master, the fire spirit insects in here have already evolved to a very high level. With the current intensity of the spirit sunflower's flames, it's impossible to subdue them, Little Pig anxiously said. Qianfen was shocked. The spirit sunflower was ranked 20th on the divine continent. How could it fail to suppress these firebugs? Little Pig continued to say, Master, actually, every type of heavenly flame can be upgraded. The spirit sunflower is still in its initial state, unable to display its true power. If it were to be upgraded, the fire spirit bug would naturally be no match for it. Qianfen knew that deviant flames could level up. Previously, when he was exploring the White Spirit Mountain in the North Sand Continent, there was an extremely powerful cultivator sealed within the stone walls of the mountain cave. That old man had given Qianfen quite a number of treasures, including a level 7 spiritual herb, Fire Spirit Lotus. The Fire Spirit Lotus had a wide range of uses. It was mainly used to refine the Spirit Lotus pill. The Spirit Lotus pill was one of the few rare pills on the divine continent that could remove pill toxins from the body. From the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, Qianfen knew that the Fire Spirit Lotus had an even more precious use, which was to nurture the heavenly flame. In the White Spirit Mountain, Qianfen had obtained a total of 3 Fire Spirit Lotuses, but he hadn't used them yet. He originally wanted to keep them to refine the Spirit Lotus pill, but in the end he met Yuanqiu while exploring the 13 palaces. She gave him 100 Immortals flower, which he refined into the Spirit Cleansing pill, which could also remove pill toxins. Just as his mind was filled with thoughts, he noticed that the temperature in the small cave had reached a new height. The rock layer above his head had turned into molten lava, which fell down like raindrops. Even the high-grade spiritual armor on Qianfen's body couldn't withstand the high temperature, and several cracks appeared on it. His true essence turned into mist and dissipated. When a few drops of molten lava followed the cracks and burned his body, his skin, flesh, and bones were instantly melted. Ah, this cave is now at a temperature of thousands of degrees. Ordinary true spirit realm cultivators would melt instantly if they were placed inside. Qianfen realized the crisis of the situation, which was very different from the ones he had encountered before. In the past, no matter how powerful his opponents were, Qianfen could at least think of a way to fight back. However, the crisis this time was the ultra-high temperature. He couldn't possibly find a fire extinguisher to cool down the temperature. The high temperature was obviously caused by the fire spirit insects, but there were tens of millions of them in the cave. How could he eliminate them all? Qianfen even wanted to take out the ranged light sniper and blow it up, but he was worried that it would melt as soon as he took it out. Even if he could blow it up, he would suffer in such a small space. In just a few seconds, dozens of ideas flashed through Qianfen's mind, but he rejected them all. He didn't have time to think anymore. He immediately took out the 3 fire spirit lotuses and threw them at the fire spirit insects in the air. The fire spirit insects were obviously not interested in the fire spirit lotuses, but the spirit sunflower fire seed suddenly became agitated and rushed out of the encirclement of the fire spirit insects. The fire spirit sunflower fire seed shot out, bringing a glimmer of hope to Qianfen. Then the blue flame became more and more vigorous, like a bloody mouth, and swallowed the 3 fire spirit lotuses. The spirit sunflower fire seed kept making loud noises, as if there were dozens of tons of bombs hidden inside. The flames rose high and almost filled half of the cave. When the violent movement stopped, Qianfen's eyes lit up. The shape of the spirit sunflower fire seed had changed. It was originally just a ball of flame, but now it was in the shape of a sunflower petal. The fire seed floated quietly in the air. It seemed quiet, but the blue flame contained an extremely violent aura, as if it could swallow everything. The spirit sunflower has advanced. Qianfen was surprised. He didn't have much time to think and immediately urged the spirit sunflower. In just a moment, the spirit sunflower turned into a blue shadow and disappeared. Its speed was obviously faster than before. When it flew to the fire spirit insects, the sunflower petal flame suddenly rose and swallowed tens of millions of fire spirit insects in an instant. A consciousness appeared in Qianfen's mind, and it was connected to his thoughts. Qianfen knew that the leader of the fire spirit insects had been subdued, which meant that the spirit sunflower fire seed had advanced. The intensity of the flame after the upgrade was several times stronger, and it could even burn a cultivator at the later stage of Buddha light into nothingness. After subduing the leader of the fire spirit insects, Qianfen immediately ordered it to suppress the fire spirit qi in its body. The rest of the fire spirit insects did the same, and the super high temperature of the cave gradually returned to normal. This time, the system didn't give out a reward. It seemed that no matter how many fire spirit insects were subdued, it would only give out a reward once. At this time, the appearance of the cave changed dramatically. Many melted rock layers turned into the shape of icicles hanging on the roof, and it looked like a small cave. Master, quickly put away the fire spirit crystal. Actually, this kind of spirit crystal can also help the fire attribute mystical flame advance, Little Pig said. Qianfen had already started to collect the fire spirit stones on the ground. He found that these fire spirit crystals didn't melt under the super high temperature, and they lay intact on the ground. Qianfen already knew about mystical flames. He knew that some mystical flames were of the fire attribute. For example, the spirit sunflower and purple flame that he collected belonged to the fire attribute. However, there were also mystical flames of the water attribute. Those flames were gentle like water and had no temperature. There were even mystical flames of the ice attribute. Not only did the fire seed have no temperature, but it was also so cold that it made people shiver. There were tens of thousands of fire spirit crystals in this cave, and Qianfen planned to use them to advance the spirit sunflower and purple flame. When he saw the change in the strength of the spirit sunflower after its advancement, Qianfen was extremely surprised. Now, the spirit sunflower only had one sunflower leaf. If it was advanced to its peak state, who knew how powerful it would be? Rumble. Just as Qianfen put away the fire spirit stones and was about to leave, a loud noise came from the stone door at the entrance of the cave, and there were voices. Senior Zhao, there is a cave here, but the door is sealed. Could young hero Qiao be trapped inside? Young hero Qiao, I am sure you. Are you inside? Everyone back off. The temperature of this stone door is very high. There might be fire spirit insects inside. The noisy voices fell into Qianfen's ears. He knew that Zhao Ziyu and the others found him when they found out that he was missing. Seeing that these people didn't abandon him, Qianfen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Senior Zhao, I am inside. Everyone, stand further away. I have a way to get out. Qianfen shouted, and the crowd immediately backed off. In fact, there was a space-separating array at the entrance of the cave, which was similar to the space-separating array in the middle layer of the 10,000 Insect Valley. It was a level 9 array. When Qianfen saw the formation, his heart was filled with shock. He really couldn't understand why such a powerful rank 9 teleportation formation would be set up in such a small cave. Could it be that this cave was the cultivation place of some almighty being? These thoughts flashed by, and the most important thing now was to get out. Fortunately, the space-separating array on the entrance of the cave was also very old, and the aura of the array was already very weak. Qianfen just set up a teleportation array and left smoothly. He was teleported to the outermost cave and ran all the way back. Zhao Ziyu and the others were still waiting for Qin Fun to break through the door. When they heard Qin Fun's voice from behind, the 5 of them were shocked. "Fellow Taoists, I am fine." "Ah, young Hero Chiao. You were in that cave, weren't you? Why did you come out from behind? Did young Hero Chiao use a teleportation array? You are a formation master, right? By the way, young Hero Chiao, why did the door of the cave close by itself? What did you find in it?" Everyone was talking at once. Qin Fun said with a smile, "The reason why the door of my cave is closed is that I set up a space-separating array on it. As long as someone walks in, the array will automatically take effect. I happen to have a short-distance teleportation array with me, so I was teleported into the tunnel of the cave. That cave is a little strange. Except for a large group of fire spiritual insects, I didn't find any other treasures. Besides, the temperature in the cave is extremely high, and I almost melted in it. I suggest that you don't go in." Qin Fun didn't mention the spiritual crystal of fire, because he could see that none of them had a spiritual root of fire or practiced with fire properties. Those spiritual crystals of fire would be useless to them. However, Qin Fun felt a little guilty for pocketing the spiritual crystals of fire. When they took out the treasures they found and wanted to share with him, he didn't take any. Chapter 1926. When everyone took out the items they had found, Qin Feng discovered that the items in this cave were all related to the fire attribute, especially when he saw that there were a few fire attribute martial technique manuals among the treasures. A few conjectures suddenly appeared in his mind. Based on his current exploration experience, the basin in the depths of 10,000 Insect Valley seemed to be a holy land for cultivation. Or rather, it was a cultivation sect. Moreover, it was a cultivation sect that mainly focused on fire element cultivation techniques. If this really was a holy land for a sect in the past, Qin Feng could not imagine how powerful that sect was during its golden age. This was because the basin was boundless and there were countless cultivation caves. Even the few 7-star sects in the South Flat continent did not have the grandeur of this place. However, this huge sect of the past had somehow become an abandoned place. Moreover, it was called 10,000 Insect Valley. Could it be that this was a sect that reared spiritual insects in the past? However, after seeing the fire element cultivation techniques and martial techniques, Qin Feng did not think so simply. He felt that these spiritual insects might have entered this place later. Just like the level, 6 spirit guiding formation added to the level, 9 space separating formation at the entrance. These spiritual insects might have been brought in by the guy who set up the spirit guiding formation. He must have treated this abandoned sect ruins as a holy land for rearing spiritual insects. When these thoughts popped up in his mind, Qin Feng was shocked. If it was really as he guessed, then who is the person who reared these spiritual insects? Isn't he a little too terrifying? Young Hero Chiao, don't be so polite with everyone. We agreed before we entered that we would split the treasures we find equally. Senior Zhao and Senior Lu will get an extra share. Stonefish's voice pulled Qin Feng back to reality. He hurriedly tossed aside the messy thoughts in his mind. Even if his guesses were true, it had nothing to do with him. Big Brother Stonefish, I'm not being polite with everyone. I saw that the treasures here are basically used by cultivators with fire spirit roots. I have no use for them at all. Qin Feng found a random excuse. He was actually a cultivator with a full spirit root. Fire element treasures were also effective for him. Stonefish believed him and did not try to persuade him further. None of the people in the group were cultivators with fire spirit roots. Therefore, the treasures they found were not very useful to everyone. It was not important whether they split it or not. Since there are treasures in this cave, I believe there are other caves as well. Let's continue exploring. Criticism's eyes shone with excitement. The others were also eager to make a move. They had already seen the situation of this large basin. The basin was boundless and there were countless caves. If every cave really had treasures, then everyone would be rich. However, Qin Feng wasn't so optimistic. He even guessed that if this basin was once the base of a cultivation sect, then even if there were treasures in the other caves, they would be related to cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Everyone was in high spirits and immediately went to explore other caves. Every time before entering a cave, Qin Feng would throw out a leaf of a rank 7 spiritual herb, the 100 Immortals flower. After confirming that there were no spirit-devouring insects in the cave, everyone would then enter. After an entire day, the 6 of them found 3 caves. Each cave had some treasures, and just as Qin Feng had guessed, the treasures were all related to the fire attribute. This time, Qin Feng was even more certain of his guess. This place was most likely a large fire elementalist sect in the past. Just from the treasures found in each cave, Qin Feng could feel the glory of this sect in the past. Senior Zhao, why are they all fire elemental items? The others also discovered something, and their excitement gradually died down. No one knew what Zhao Ziyu was thinking, but his expression changed unpredictably. Finally, he calmed down and said, I'm guessing that all the caves here have some fire elemental items. Since there are no fire spiritual roots, cultivators among us, why don't we leave? What if we can find other treasures in the other caves? Huan Jinji wasn't willing to give up. Criticism said, I think Senior Zhao is right. The other caves most likely also have fire elemental items. Did anyone notice? Almost everything in this place is related to fire elemental items. Could this be a holy land for fire elementalists in the past? It wasn't just Qin Feng who had his suspicions. The others also thought of this. However, no one could give a definite answer. If this place really was a fire elementalist sect in the past, then how powerful was this sect back then? Senior Brother Niu, hurry to the 1,000 Lotus Lake. A rank 9 spiritual herb appeared there. Someone shouted in the empty basin. This news seemed to have grown wings and instantly spread throughout the basin. Qin Feng and the others who were discussing whether to stay or leave were all shocked. A rank 9 spiritual herb appeared. Senior Zhao, what is the 1,000 Lotus Lake? Qin Feng immediately asked. Even he didn't have a rank 9 spiritual herb. Zhao Ziyu's old eyes flashed as his voice trembled. I've heard Senior Brother say that the 1,000 Lotus Lake is the deepest part of the 1,000 Insect Valley. There's a lotus lake there with dense spirit energy in the lake. Those lotuses are blooming vigorously, making people forget to go home. Senior Zhao, then let's go take a look. Even if we can't get a rank 9 spiritual herb, it's good to broaden our horizons. Lu Jiao and the others all showed excitement. They all knew themselves. There were hundreds of teams that came to the depths of the 1,000 Insect Valley. There were many hollow God state powerhouses and a few body condensation state powerhouses. There were even 1 or 2 cauldron-filling state powerhouses. In front of so many powerhouses, Zhao Ziyu's team was just below average. They didn't have any thoughts of fighting for the rank 9 spiritual herb. I also don't know where the 1,000 Lotus Lake is, but everyone is rushing over there. Let's just follow the crowd. Even Zhao Ziyu had never seen a rank 9 spirit herb before, so she immediately led a group of cultivators. Qin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and kept thinking about one question. If there really was a rank 9 spiritual herb in the 1,000 Lotus Lake, how could he take it in front of all the hollow God state, body condensation state, and cauldron-filling state powerhouses? After thinking about it, Qin Feng felt that there was only one way, and that was to obtain the rank 9 spirit herb as soon as possible, and then immediately hide in the astral world. However, this method was very dangerous, not to mention whether he could successfully obtain the level 9 spirit herb in front of the body condensation state and cauldron-filling state cultivators. Even if he really obtained it and hid in the astral space, wouldn't that expose the secret of the system? Would those cauldron-filling state cultivators find the astral space, tear the space, and rush in? After thinking for a long time, he heard a commotion. When he looked up, he saw hundreds of cultivators surrounding a lotus lake. The lake water was clear, and the wind created ripples. The lotus leaves swayed with the wind, setting off the blooming lotus in the lake. The scenery was very beautiful. Qin Feng didn't appreciate the lake water. His eyes fell on the most flourishing lotus in the center of the lake. This lotus was in full bloom. The petals were huge, and the color was fiery red. It was as if there was a lotus fire burning in the center of the lake. This fire immediately reminded Qin Feng of the spirit sunflower. Now that the spirit sunflower had evolved into the shape of a lotus, it was very similar to the huge lotus petals in the center of the lake. "Rank 7 spiritual herb fire spirit lotus," someone exclaimed. Someone immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. That's definitely not a rank 7 fire spirit lotus. It's the best among the fire spirit lotuses, the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus." Many people exclaimed when they heard the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. Qin Feng also revealed a shocked expression. He found that the blooming red lotus was really the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. Actually, the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus was also a type of fire spirit lotus. Ordinary fire spirit lotuses were rank 7 spiritual herbs. Qin Feng had 3 of them not long ago and used them to evolve his spirit sunflower. As for the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, there probably wouldn't be one in 10,000 ordinary fire spirit lotuses. This was considered a variant of the fire spirit lotus, but it had mutated into an extremely precious bloodline and became a rank 9 spiritual herb. According to the introduction in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, if the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus was refined into a spirit lotus pill, it would definitely be a top-notch spirit lotus pill. The effects of this spirit lotus pill were completely different from using the rank 7 spiritual herb fire spirit lotus. The spirit lotus pill refined from the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus could remove the pill toxins of all elixirs below the level of immortal pills. It could be said that in the South Flat Continent, as long as one had the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, one's body would no longer have pill toxins. If one used the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus to nurture a heavenly flame, the effects would be several times stronger than an ordinary fire spirit lotus. However, there was another record in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills. It was said that the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus was an excellent immortal herb for nurturing the primordial spirit. It could strengthen a weak primordial spirit. Qin Feng had only heard about the primordial spirit recently. It was something that only appeared in the body condensation realm. When a void spirit realm cultivator broke through to the body condensation realm, the 9 clones would fuse to form a new body. That body was called the primordial spirit. On the divine continent, true spirit realm cultivators condensed true essence in their bodies to form a spirit pill. As long as the spirit pill was not destroyed, they could be reborn. However, their cultivation would be lost. After stepping into the void spirit realm, they would produce clones. As long as the clones were not destroyed, even if their physical body was destroyed, they could use the clones to reconstruct their original body. Their cultivation would be determined by the clones' cultivation. Genius cultivators could also comprehend the existence of the realm. After breaking through to the body condensation realm, the 9 clones would fuse into the primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, it could travel tens of thousands of miles and return to its peak state after finding its physical body. It could even possess other people's souls. It's really the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. It's an existence that is known as an immortal herb. It's said that the spirit lotus pill refined from the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus is very different. It can remove all pill toxins. There were many discussions among the crowd. On the divine continent, no one had ever heard of an immortal pill. Even the best pill refiner could only refine level 9, rank 7 king pills. Hence, the spirit lotus pill refined from the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus could remove all pill toxins. Hearing everyone's heated discussion, Qin realized that basically no one knew that the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus could nourish the primordial spirit. Otherwise, with the miraculous effect of nourishing the primordial spirit, removing pill toxins would not even be worth mentioning. When the news of a level 9 spiritual herb appearing in the 1,000 Lotus Lake spread, almost all the teams that were exploring the deeper regions rushed over. The lakeside was surrounded by a dense crowd of cultivators. Among them, the lowest cultivation was at the advanced stage of Buddha Light Realm. High-level cultivators had Ekiana Cauldron Realm cultivators. True spirit cultivators were the most common. There are also quite a number of void spirit cultivators. Such a spectacular formation would be shocking even in the South Flat continent. Qin suddenly thought that if this was brought to the North Sand continent, it would probably scare a 5-star sect to the point of sealing their doors. Chapter 1927. Haha, Elder Yen, there really is a level 9 spiritual herb here. A familiar voice sounded in Qin Feng's ears. It was the Jiang family members who had rushed over. Everyone, don't get too excited. The 9-leaf fire spirit lotus isn't that easy to pick. Let's wait and see. Jiang Yan stood by the lake. Her face was calmer than the lake water. Many more people landed. These people were mostly from large factions. There was no lack of faux god realm elders of 5-star sects and a few 6-star factions. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a majestic aura shot over from afar. The cultivators around the 1,000 Lotus Lake looked over. They didn't even care about the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus in the middle of the lake. Who is it? Such a powerful aura. Time Mountain's Grand Elder Xiaozhong. Looks like this 9-leaf fire spirit lotus belongs to Time Mountain. Rumor has it that Grand Elder Xiaozhong reached cauldron filling state a few years ago. This is my first time seeing a cauldron filling state, Almighty. A black figure flashed over and landed on the center of the 1,000 Lotus Lake. The figure's body was surrounded by a haze of light, making it hard to see if it was real or not. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake under his feet, and a strong and ferocious aura enveloped the entire lake. Qin Feng's heart immediately became anxious. He felt that the entire 1,000 Lotus Lake was under the control of the other party, and he could forget about stealing the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. Big brother Shiryu, who is that? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Shiryu, who was standing next to him, was shocked. He looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. You don't know? That's the Grand Elder Xiaozhong of a 7-star sect. He's famous in the South Flat State. As a native cultivator of the South Flat State, everyone has heard of him. Qin Feng realized that he had asked a stupid question. He pretended to say, I see. I usually cultivate in seclusion in the sect. This is my first time leaving the mountain. There are many things I don't know. Sure, you didn't doubt Qin Feng's words. Instead, he was more curious about the sect Qin Feng was in. He had asked before, but Qin Feng didn't say anything. Sure, you guessed that Qin Feng was at least from a 6-star sect. He might even be a disciple of one of the few 7-star sections. Otherwise, with Qin Feng's age, how could he have reached the middle stage of the true spirit realm? Furthermore, he had so many treasures on him, including the heavenly fire spirit sunflower and the level 700 immortal flower. Fortunately, Qin Feng could not see through Stonefish's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been depressed to death. Qin Feng was not even a disciple of a 5-star sect, let alone a 6 or 7-star sect. He was just a rogue cultivator who had escaped from the northern sand region. When Qin Feng learned of Xiaozhong's identity, he exclaimed inwardly. It turned out that Xiaozhong was the great elder of a 7-star sect, Time Mountain. No wonder his cultivation was so high. Qin Feng had been in the South Flat continent for half a year, and he had already come into contact with 3 7-star sects. Time Mountain's Elder Xiaozhong, Wine God Valley's Vice Valley Master Guanjiao, who had opened the 13 palaces, and Gu Xiaoyao's genius disciple Lin Shi, whom he had killed on the 7th floor of the 13 palaces Thinking of Lin Shi, Qin Feng thought of Gu Xiaoyao's great elder, Lin Sui. That old man had also stepped into the Ekayana realm and had started looking for him after the exploration of the 13 palaces. Gu Xiaoyao was probably hunting him down in the entire South Flat Continent. Qin Feng instantly felt depressed. He realized that he was wanted by all the sects in both the northern Sand region and the South Flat Continent. Xia Zhong stood in the middle of the lake for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoists, I found a 9-leaf fire spirit lotus in the 10,000 lotus lake in the depths of the 10,000 insect valley today. This fire spirit lotus has completely bloomed. As the great elder of a 7-star sect, Time Mountain, I will naturally not bully others. This fire spirit lotus has a total of 9 spirit leaves, 881 spirit lotus seeds, and 1 spirit lotus. I will only take 1 spirit lotus now. The rest of the spirit leaves and seeds will be distributed among everyone." Everyone knew. Of the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, the spirit lotus was the most precious. It was the main ingredient used to refine the spirit lotus pill. Although the spirit leaves and the spirit lotus contained a large amount of spirit qi, they could not be used to refine pills. However, the spirit lotus leaves could be refined into spirit weapons or even true weapons. For example, the defensive true weapon that Qin Feng had used to kill Lin Shi on the 7th level of the 13 palaces was made from a leaf of the 9-leaf banana. But then again, there were very few blacksmiths in the South Flat Continent. The number of masters that could refine true weapons could be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, even if everyone obtained the spirit leaves of the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, most of them would be thrown into their storage rings as trash. But facing Xia Zhong, who was at the Ekayana realm, no one dared to show dissatisfaction. In other words, it was already very good of him to only take the lotus. Even if Xia Zhong said that he wanted to take the entire 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, none of the cultivators gathered by the lake would dare to stand up and say no. At this moment, only Qin Feng was extremely excited. What he valued the most wasn't the lotus, but the 9 spirit leaves. The lotus was only used to refine the spirit lotus pill. However, Qin Feng didn't need the spirit lotus pill to remove the pill poison. He could still refine the root restoring pill and the spirit cleansing pill. These pills could remove pill poison. And according to the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, the 9 spirit leaves of the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus could nourish the primordial spirit. Presumably, even the grand elder of the 7-star sect, Xia Zhong, didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he let everyone fight over the 9 spirit leaves? As for the 881 lotus seeds, they were also excellent materials for refining weapons. They could be directly consumed and could purify the primordial spirit in the body of a true spirit realm cultivator. The disciples of the Qilin Mountain agree with Senior Xia Zhong's distribution. A shout sounded. Qin Feng glanced and recognized those people's clothing. Back then, after the 13 palaces had ended, a huge exchange was held in the large square of the Panshan market. Qin Feng had his eyes on a supreme-grade sword model. Later, the elder of the Qilin Mountain, Yi Bing, competed with him and left after losing. Qin Feng quickly found Yi Bing in the group of the Qilin Mountain, but he didn't care at all. This old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he wouldn't let this matter go. However, Yi Bing was only at the empty spirit realm level 3. If he didn't come looking for trouble, it would be fine. As long as he came looking for trouble, Qin Feng would kill him with 1 slash. After the people of the Qilin Mountain shouted, dozens of sects and forces immediately agreed. In front of so many powerful sects, no one expected to snatch the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. But now, Xia Zhong gave everyone the right to compete for the spirit leaves and lotus seeds, which made them more spirited. Just from this simple action, Qin Feng could see that Xia Zhong wasn't simple. This old man not only had a high cultivation, but his thinking was even more profound. Although there was only one 7-star sect, Tai Moon Mountain, and Xia Zhong's cultivation was also the highest, there were two powerful auras in the crowd. They were probably also in the cauldron-filling state. In addition, there were countless true spirit and hollow spirit realm cultivators and a few body condensation realm cultivators. In such an environment, Xia Zhong wasn't confident that he could take the entire 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. Therefore, he suggested that he only take the most important lotus and let everyone compete for the lotus leaves and lotus seeds. This way, everyone started to support his decision. After he took the lotus, he would receive a lot of praise, as if afraid that something bad would happen. Xia Zhong had already made his move. His figure was still hanging in the middle of the lake when he saw a true essence hand fall from midair, grabbing towards the fire spirit lotus. The moment this true essence hand appeared, the crowd at the lakeside screamed incessantly. Qin Fun was also stunned by the powerful true essence aura. That true essence seemed to condense into a solid substance, and it was hundreds of times stronger than his current true essence. Bang! But he saw that his palm had missed. The 9-leaf fire spirit lotus that was originally blooming above the lake suddenly jumped into the bottom of the lake. It was as if the fire spirit lotus had a mind of its own and was purposely avoiding Xia Zhong's true essence hand. The violent true essence spread out on the surface of the lake, causing a deafening sound to shake the entire lake. However, when the lake water shot several meters into the air, someone discovered the abnormality and let out a cry of panic. "There's something in the lake." "What's that?" "It's so dense and disgusting. It's like blood flowing." "Oh no, that's the bloodthirsty bug that's ranked 18th on the Divine Supreme Continent's Spirit Insect list." When someone shouted the name of the bloodthirsty bug, the crowd by the lake was shocked. In fact, many people didn't know what the bloodthirsty bug was, but after hearing its ranking, they could guess that it was very terrifying. The spirit-swallowing bug was only ranked 25th on the Divine Supreme Continent's Spirit Insect list. How could this blood-like flying bug be above the spirit-swallowing bug? "Senior Zhao, what's a bloodthirsty bug?" Lu Jiao was shocked. Even she, a hollow spirit realm cultivator, had never heard of it. Fei Yi and the others obviously didn't know either. Everyone looked at Zhao Ziyu with a confused and nervous expression. That's a group of spirit insects that specialize in sucking blood. They're even more terrifying than the spirit-swallowing bug. The spirit-swallowing bug mainly devours spirit qi, while the bloodthirsty bug devours blood. They dare to devour any cultivator, no matter what level. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone had already seen how terrifying the spirit-swallowing bug was. If a group of spirit-swallowing bugs trapped a cultivator, even a body condensation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to breathe. However, everyone had already found a way to deal with the spirit-swallowing bugs. They just had to suppress the aura in their body and use other things with spirit qi to lure the spirit-swallowing bugs away. However, the bloodthirsty bugs obviously couldn't use this method because the cultivator's blood couldn't be hidden, and it was very difficult to find other blood to lure the bloodthirsty bugs away. Imagine if you were trapped by such a group of bloodthirsty bugs. What else could you do apart from waiting for death? As for how powerful the bloodthirsty bugs were, everyone was only guessing. After all, no one had actually seen the power of this group of spirit insects. However, in the next second, everyone got what they wanted. The first batch of bloodthirsty bugs that flew out from the bottom of the lake flew towards Xia Zhong. They were probably angered by Xia Zhong's action of wanting to take the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. It was also possible that Xia Zhong was the one with the highest cultivation in the group, and his bloodline was also very powerful, so he attracted the attention of the bloodthirsty bugs. However, no one cared why these bloodthirsty bugs attacked Xia Zhong first. The crowd was already stunned by the scene in front of them. The speed of the bloodthirsty bugs was even faster than the spirit-swallowing bugs. They were smaller than the spirit-swallowing bugs, but the number of bloodthirsty bugs was astonishing. It was like drops of blood gathered together, forming a scene of blood flowing in the air. Chapter 1928. Just a bunch of insects. Kill them. Xiaozhong bellowed, and another Zhan Yuan giant hand fell from the sky. A powerful aura swept out from the center of the lake, immediately forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. When Qin Fin tried to use his true essence to resist for a moment, he found that he could not control his body at all. He only stopped when he was hundreds of meters away. What a strong true essence aura! Is this the strength of a cauldron-filling state expert? The crowd was in an uproar, and they heard a loud sound like thunder exploding on the calm lake. This time, the true essence giant hand was completely different from the last time. Just now, Xiaozhong had only picked the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, but this time he attacked the flying, bloodthirsty bugs. The innumerable spirit insects were pressed into the bottom of the lake by the true essence hand, just like the 5-finger mountain of Buddha falling into the center of the lake. The lake water in the myriad lotus lake splashed everywhere. The power of a single palm had scattered half of the lake water. With this palm strike, the 9-leaf fire spiritual lotus hidden at the bottom of the lake appeared once again. Without thinking, Xiaozhong once again stretched out his Zhan Yuan hand to grab the lotus. However, just as his hand was about to touch the lotus, he heard a sharp scream coming from Xiaozhong's mouth. Ah, what the hell is this? The crowd woke up from the shock of the power of the palm, but they were stunned by the scene in front of them again. On the true essence palm, a dense swarm of bloodthirsty bugs flew out. Those small bugs were very fast and immediately shot towards Xiaozhong's body. Even if Xiaozhong reacted immediately to resist, a few small bugs still entered his body. A loud sound came from his body, and true essence seemed to explode. A powerful aura rampaged in the air. What's going on? First Elder Xia, Zhong seems to be possessed? He must have been invaded by the bloodthirsty bugs. Those bugs are devouring Elder Xia, Zhong's bloodline. It's too terrifying. I don't want the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus anymore, not even a spirit lotus seed. If I don't leave now, I'll die. Even First Elder Xiaozhong, who is a cauldron-filling state expert, was affected, and many cultivators immediately ran away in fear. Senior Zhao, let's go. Sure, you and the others were also afraid. Even without these bloodthirsty worms, it would be difficult for us to get the lotus leaves and seeds with our current strength. Why don't we explore the other caves while everyone is fighting here? Lu Jiao suggested. They immediately came to an agreement, but Qin Feng said, "You guys go search for treasures in the cave first. I'll give you this 100 Immortals flower leaf. I'll stay and see what happens." Zhao Ziyu immediately advised, "Young Hero Qiao, I know you have many treasures, but it will be difficult for you to snatch the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. Why don't you leave with us?" The others also looked worriedly at Qin Fen. Even though Qin Fen's performance was extremely shocking, in front of the body condensation state and cauldron-filling state supreme beings, no one was optimistic about Qin Fen. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I have my own plans," Qin Feng insisted. The others had anxious expressions on their faces. They didn't want to abandon Qin Feng. In their opinion, if Qin Feng stayed by the myriad lotus lake, only death awaited him. Zhao Ziyu hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He felt that Qin Feng was hiding many secrets that no one knew. "Okay then, young Hero Qiao, be careful. I'll keep this 100 Immortals flower leaf for now. We'll meet at the exit in a day, and I'll return it to you." Qin Feng left the 100 Immortals flower leaf for everyone to use to test if there were spirit-devouring worms in the cave. As for the level 7 spirit herb, Qin Feng didn't care much about it. He didn't even think about taking it back when he gave it away. Seeing Zhao Ziyu and the others leave, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps in their eyes, Qin Feng's cultivation was the lowest, but in Qin Feng's eyes, the 5 of them were a burden. In just half an incense's time, more than half of the hundreds of cultivators that gathered by the myriad lotus lake had escaped. Those that dared to stay were at least true spirit realm, and most of them were at the late stage. Qin Feng was the weakest cultivator among the cultivators that stayed. When some hollow spirit realm cultivators saw him, they revealed a playful expression. In just half an incense's time, there was a huge change in the myriad lotus lake. The originally clear and calm lake was now blood red, as if it was a pool of blood. Everyone became nervous at this moment. Everyone knew that this wasn't a pool of blood. The blood red was the bloodthirsty worms that flew out from the bottom of the lake. There were too many of them, and they actually filled the entire lotus lake. Oh my God! So many bloodthirsty worms? Even hollow spirit realm cultivators would die. I'll go first. After the change at the bottom of the lake, another large group of experts left. Those that dared to stand by the shore were basically hollow spirit realm cultivators, and there were a few body condensation realm cultivators. In the process of escaping, the two Qilin Mountain disciples suddenly stopped. They looked at Qin Feng and shouted, "Elder Yi Bing, it's that brat. I didn't expect to meet him here. It's a pity that the situation is critical and we don't have the time to make a move." The two disciples were happy and worried at the same time. Back at the Pan Shan Market Square, Yi Bing had already waited in the corner of the square with the disciples to chase after Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng had displayed too many treasures and attracted the attention of many experts. So when he left, he took out the flying cloud and sped up. Yi Bing and the others couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. She didn't expect to meet him again, but it wasn't the right time to make a move. Yi Bing cursed Qin Feng for being too lucky in her heart and said to the two disciples, "Let's retreat. That idiot is only at True Spirit Realm 6. If he doesn't leave, we'll let the bloodthirsty worms drink his blood." Qin Feng saw Yi Bing and the others run away, but he didn't chase after them. He didn't care about a small fry like Yi Bing at all. At this moment, there were 4 men running in his direction in panic. They were running for their lives, and there was a large group of bloodthirsty worms chasing after them. It was like a mass of blood flying through the air. "Stinking brat, get out of the way!" The man at the front roared at Qin Feng. Someone behind him said anxiously, "Elder Ku Hai, don't talk nonsense with that brat. Why don't we just kill him and use his blood to temporarily stop the bloodthirsty worms?" The eyes of the other 2 disciples lit up. They could try their senior brother's idea. Since the spirit-swallowing worms could be lured away with spiritual items, they believed that the bloodthirsty worms could be lured away with someone else's blood. Elder Ku Hai had already slashed his sword at Qin Feng. That slash was completely casual. Ku Hai was already at Nihility God Realm Level 2. So he thought that Qin Feng was just a true spirit realm 6, and he believed that this casual slash would be enough to kill Qin Feng. However, there was a loud explosion on Ku Hai's body, and blood sprayed out from his abdomen. Ku Hai stopped running, and his eyes widened. He looked at his empty abdomen in disbelief, feeling that everything was like a dream. Qin Feng recognized the 4 people. They were all wearing the Wind Element Sect's uniform. Back when they were exploring the 13 palaces, the Wind Element Sect's disciple Ku Di wanted to do something to you, Wanqiu, on the Green Summit Mountain, but he was beaten up by Qin Feng. Later, Ku Di used the array door as an excuse to trick Qin Feng and Yu Wanqiu to where his fellow sect members were. In the end, he was killed by Qin Feng. Speaking of the Wind Element Sect, Qin Feng really had to thank Ku Di and Ku Zhu. If it wasn't for them leading the way, Qin Feng wouldn't have found the array door to the 8th palace. The sudden death of a Nihility God Stage Level 2 sovereign scared the 3 disciples, who followed him, into a daze. The one with the lowest cultivation was at the late True Spirit Realm, so they could tell that Qin Feng was only at True Spirit Realm 6. That was why they shouted for Elder Ku Hai to kill Qin Feng. However, this middle stage True Spirit Ant killed the Nihility God Realm Level 2 Elder Ku Hai with one move. The 3 disciples had already forgotten about the bloodthirsty worms chasing them. They just stared at Qin Feng in a daze and were devoured by the bloodthirsty worms in the end. Qin Feng saw the bloodthirsty worms attack from a close distance and felt a wave of fear. These bloodthirsty insects were as unreasonable as the spirit-swallowing insects, immediately swallowing the blood as soon as they saw it. The 3 late-stage true spirit realm disciples gave pitiful cries as their flesh and bones quickly disappeared. Finally, their blood sprayed out and was sucked away by the countless bloodthirsty insects. In just 15 minutes, the 3 true spirit realm disciples were completely devoured. The bloodthirsty worms did not stop and immediately flew behind Qin Feng, not even letting the dead Ku Hai go. Qin Feng's scalp went numb. He was already afraid of these bloodthirsty worms. He could deal with the spirit-swallowing worms, but he did not have any other bloodline to lure these bloodthirsty worms away. He was not the only one being attacked. All the cultivators who had not left the 10,000 Lotus Lake were being chased by the bloodthirsty worms. Many true spirit realm cultivators were instantly killed, and even a few Nihility God realm experts were completely devoured. In the end, even their clones could not escape. Xia Zhong, who was standing in the center of the lake, had disappeared. Even his aura could not be sensed within a few thousand meters. It could be seen that he had used an escape talisman to escape. A cauldron-filling state expert was helpless in front of the bloodthirsty worms. In the end, he did not even give up the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus and fled. The remaining cultivators did not even think about it, and those body condensation stage experts did not dare to stay. Qin Feng became the only cultivator who did not run. He stood closest to the 10,000 Lotus Lake. He was over 200 meters away from the 10,000 Lotus Lake because the closer he was to the 10,000 Lotus Lake, the more bloodthirsty worms there were. When he saw that there was no one by the Lotus Lake, Qin Feng was relieved. He was waiting for the others to escape so he could use his trump card without any worries. Rumble. When the bloodthirsty worms finished devouring Ku Hai's bloodline and rushed over, Qin Feng immediately sent out a spirit sunflower flame. A blue sunflower-shaped flame rose into the sky. The flame was over 3 meters high and instantly enveloped a large number of bloodthirsty worms. The temperature of the upgraded spirit sunflower flame was extremely high. Qin Feng immediately felt that the air was illusory. The bloodthirsty worms were quickly ignited by the flame and even made a violent explosion sound. Qin Feng was immediately relieved. It seemed that the spirit sunflower flame was effective against the bloodthirsty worms, but in the next second he was depressed. It seemed that the bloodthirsty worms floating on the surface of the 10,000 Lotus Lake had all flown over. It was like moths flying into a flame. Crackle! Qin Feng immediately shot out a few more fireballs, and the air rang out continuously, like the crisp sound of frying beans. Although the upgraded spirit sunflower's flames were very strong, it was still unable to burn tens of thousands of flying insects in one go. A few blood red flashed, passed through the spirit sunflower flame, and flew to Qin Feng.